Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Cause it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing
Hey y'all. Hello. Let me fix my stuff. Hey everybody. Welcome. Don't forget to like my video as you come in. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new to my channel. And I'm gonna bring my guests up, y'all, because they backstage. Hold on 1 minute. Hey Nikki. Hey Mia. Hey Queen Nita. Welcome, welcome. All right, let me bring up AJ. What's up, AJ?
No, hey, what's up?
How are you?
My bad. I got the UFC fight from the other night on the other screen, so
Nice.
I'm good.
Not watching football. You don't watch football?
No, I like a different kind of hitting.
Oh, okay. You like the UFC.
Yeah, I want to see blood.
Let me bring up my boy Freezy. What's up?
How y'all doing tonight?
I'm good.
Salute, Freezy.
We missed you last week, Freezy.
I was under the weather, man.
Man,
Had me down bad.
You feel better now?
Oh yeah, most definitely. It wasn't COVID. It was some other strange shit. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Yo, isn't it crazy? Like every time you're saying I'm not feeling well, it's hey, it wasn't that.
It wasn't COVID.
It wasn't that.
You gotta be clear,
okay?
Though.
Yeah, I need to put that out there. It wasn't that.
We gotta make it known.
I literally had. I feel like I had COVID. I did not get tested, but I stayed in the house though. I was responsible. I stayed in the house. I didn't go anywhere for like a couple weeks because I'm like, man, this is. I was sick, so
you had this one here, this variant.
Probably. I've had them both.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
When y'all see me with my teacup instead of wine, it's probably because I'm sick. Because that's the only thing. That's the only reason why I'm not gonna be drinking my wine. Even though I got wine today. I'm not sick, y'all, today. I just I like the tea because it helps me with my like throat and stuff. You know how you talking for 2 hours? It's like it helps. Well, hi Mo, hi Tristan. Tristan is gonna forever call me Tawana Mac. I cannot. He is so funny. Hi, Uncut with Daryl. Daryl, I said Uncut with Daryl, like I don't know him. Hi, Daryl. Hi, honey. Welcome, you guys. Don't forget to like this video. You know, we're gonna get into YouTube culture, okay? And I'm gonna ask some tough questions because YouTube is, it's a lot with YouTube. Y'all know it's just so many nuances. It's becoming its own like politics. And I want to get into the difference between like Black YouTube and white YouTube because I actually heard somebody speak about that and said that it was a difference. And I wonder if you guys have observed it. Or if there is a difference. But I do want to talk about just some other things. But before we get into it, I do want to talk about some rules. And Queen Nita, all my moderators, if people are in the chat and they are like just harassing people and stalking people and being weirdos, like kick them out. I don't want nobody in the chat cursing. I need to like set this tone that people need to be respectful when they're on my show. And I have a lot of trolls that follow me from the manosphere. Y'all know that. And I'm okay with them not liking what I say. So don't kick anybody out because they say something against what I'm saying. That's fine. But if they get disrespectful or they call anybody a name or they start harassing people, they have to go. It's period. Like I don't want no tolerance. I have a zero tolerance for it. So please remember that you need to be respectful. I don't care if you guys disagree because I am going to say some crazy stuff. So I know y'all gonna disagree with me, and that's okay. Y'all know I don't mind a good disagreement.
All you internet bullies.
But I don't want the bullying. Like not on my channel. They're not gonna bully. They're not gonna act a fool.
Well, you just ruined my plans for the whole night. I'm dropping off.
And when y'all on the panel, be careful with like racial sensitive words because and let me bring up Red Pill Hustle. Hi, Red Pill.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing? Welcome.
I'm good.
I was just going through the rules and stuff because, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I know you the red pill, but I have a lot of red pill people who follow me that likes to troll me and like to come in here and be disrespectful. They got to go though when they disrespectful. I don't care if they
That's fair.
I don't care if they disagree with me. I mean, you can disagree because obviously I say controversial stuff. I mean, me and Red Pill going back and forth in our DMs, you know, the other day. So we say controversial things, but that doesn't mean that we have to be disrespectful to each other. So
I agree.
don't disrespect people, don't harass people, and don't stalk people. Like, don't be a weirdo. Just say what you gotta say, dispute me, whatever. You can't say anything that's going to make me feel bad, or you know, I don't care what strangers say. I know strangers always try to get under my skin, but I could care less what y'all think. I just don't. I don't care. So please just understand that I don't care if you disrespect. I mean, I don't care if you disagree with me, but if you start getting disrespectful, I'm gonna ask them to kick you out. Also, just make sure like we're careful about using, you know, racially insensitive terms, because last week they were saying all kinds of stuff. I'm like, oh, we cannot say the N-word. Just be very careful about the words that we use. And the only reason I'm doing this is because I know that some of the questions may bring about certain conversations, and I just want us to be conscious of
Do they
it.
flag your channel for the N-word and all that stuff? They do.
They will.
So here's how it is, Freezy. If someone reports me, and you know I have a lot of haters, okay, so somebody may like, oh, in her video she said this word. You know, I have gotten reported, and to all you haters, it went nowhere. So thank you for reporting me. It went nowhere. Okay, YouTube did not flag me. So they love to report my channel, but whatever. So
words.
but if you say certain things, YouTube will remove it and or ask you to remove that certain video. And you know, so then you'd have to just edit it and make sure you edit out any N-word, right? But people can, like you said, people can report that to YouTube. And so it's not nothing that they gonna like flag on their own, but you know, we have people who just watch your channel just so they can find stuff and then they can report you to YouTube. That's why we're gonna talk about the YouTube culture today, y'all. This leads into the conversation, Freezy. That's exactly why. I have some questions. You know, try not to use too much profanity too, y'all, because I don't even know what's allowed and stuff. You know, just, you know, I don't want to censor us too much because I want y'all to just speak freely, but just, you know, I have been warned, so I'm trying to make sure I set the stage for my panel. And my moderators, y'all know how to handle the chat. I just don't have time for like the trolls today, okay? I just don't have time for them. Yes, because like, you know, I am in a mood where I will ask them to cam up and like I will go in for like 15 like minutes on just that one person. So like
they ain't gonna never cam up.
They not gonna cam up. That's cool. They can just come on so I can like expose them. It's cool. Like I'm in that kind of mood. So don't play with me today, y'all. All righty. Now back to the real business. Because like I wanted, what do y'all think about like YouTube as far as it being compared to reality TV? Because you know somebody compared it to reality TV recently, and I had to think about that. Like, is it like reality TV? What y'all think? Give me y'all impression of YouTube and the culture.
Of course, it's like reality TV. I mean, everybody on YouTube is not you know, giving out false images and stuff. I won't say that, but it's like reality TV because you can create your own you know, reality on YouTube. You know, especially if you're off the grid, like how can we fact check a lot of the stuff a lot of these dudes are saying, or women? How can we even fact check a lot of this stuff? So that's what makes me frustrated a lot. You know, I don't even argue a lot of times. I don't like to argue with a lot of people on YouTube because it's almost like it's like going down a rabbit hole. You know, they could just make up anything to validate their point.
And so a lot of people you think are just on here kind of recreating a life, you know, maybe living vicariously through being able to not have to
Of
validate.
course, especially in the manosphere. Oh yeah.
I love it. I love that. We're gonna talk about that later because it's part of the YouTube culture. Red Pill Hustle, what you think? Like, what's up with this YouTube thing?
I would agree with Freezy. I don't think we're at like Snooki level yet, but it's getting there as far as like all the drama goes.
Did y'all see my show last week? I felt like I was on a reality show. I was trying to mute people. I was like, this ain't right, y'all. Like, I don't know. What you think, AJ? Reality TV or no?
So I guess we're all in agreement here. It is. It is a lot like reality TV in a lot of aspects. A lot of it. So one of the things I think the most irritating part is the inter-channel YouTube beefs. I mean, and that's just for me. I know a lot of people like to tune in to watch that. You know, a lot of folks want to run to the next channel or the one previous or whatever to see what did so-and-so say about that, you know, scenario or whatever, you know, so it's kind of turning into a lot of that. I do think people portray themselves a little bit differently online. We all want to look great in front of people, especially if you're getting, you know, thousands of views and stuff like that. You don't want to look crazy out in these streets. But I think the best thing to do is if you do represent yourself authentically, then it really doesn't matter, right? As long as you're you, because the moment you become not you in front of everybody, and, you know, once you start putting on a facade, you have to keep building your lie on top of the last lie on top of the last lie. And eventually your house of cards is going to come crumbling down, right? There's going to be one thing that gets out and everybody's going to figure it out. And it's going to get super weird. A good example of that is the F&F podcast. I'm pretty heavy into all the drama that's been going on with that one, you know.
Oh my goodness, fake and fraud.
You talking about it's weird.
Fraud. Okay.
Yeah, I you know, that's one of them. I will admit that I used to really enjoy their content, but it definitely turned into a reality show. So yeah. Yep, I agree with everyone.
Let me say this about YouTube. I honestly think that it's worse than reality TV. You know why? Because I feel like for us, we know reality TV isn't real. We all know that. Like we have grown to learn that. Remember when reality TV first came out though, and we were all like, oh my God, this is real. Like it was but now as it has gotten, you know, more I guess more TV shows, it's gotten more popular, it's grown in, you know, viewership and all that. We know that it's phony. We know that like the producers create drama. We know a lot of this stuff, but on YouTube, people present themselves as like real authentic people and highlight their lives and talk about their situations. A lot of them quote facts or quote statistics and data and connect it to things that are uncorrelated and unrelatable. And so we believe that stuff, right? We often believe it and we're like, okay, these are real people. I think people come to YouTube for that reality TV fix because the YouTube streets look like real people, a lot of them. And I mean, some of it is, to Freezy's point, a lot of people are on here because they really want to help people. They really want you to get to the next level. Like it's hard to differentiate, right? Because some reality TV shows are real in the sense of they're just trying to really be authentic, show you their real life and give you all that. So I think it's just a matter of trying to determine what's real and what's fake, and like how to determine what you absorb on YouTube and what you don't. So I guess that's what we're going to try to help the people do today. Okay. So kind of what you were talking about, AJ, my question is like about these YouTube wars, right? Are they real? So I don't know if everybody knows, like it's the red pill. Red pill is manosphere, but I separated them in this particular thing. But there's this thing called divesting. Okay. And I don't know if you guys heard that. It's Black women who have decided to divest from Black men, right? Or Black culture, not even Black men, Black culture, anything that is toxic, anything surrounding, it's a lot of different things. And I don't want to misquote them because they do get very sensitive about saying stuff. However, they have divested from dealing with Black men in any way. Any man who is like not supportive of Black women, they don't talk to them either. Any woman who represents this like mammy imagery or mentality, any woman that's pro-Black women, they divest it from them as well. If you are embracing toxic ideology, culture, if you're doing like that Black male worship where, you know, Black men can do no wrong and no matter what, you're always going to support them and they're your kings, they've divested from you as well. So divest is the opposite of invest, right? So they have divested from all of this. And so also it's these Black men challengers, right? They are these women who have decided to try to convince men to take war on, you know, society or the oppressor, right? These group of women decided, and these are just a few things that I'm naming, okay? And this is like popular ideologies where there is hundreds of thousands of people who follow Red Pill, Manosphere, Divesting groups, Black man challengers. There are, some of them have millions of followers and subscribers. So this is how popular these concepts have gotten, you know? And so a lot of us, we always say, well, these gender wars, these wars on YouTube and all this stuff going on is not really a real concept. Like it's an ideology. It's just something that's happening in this YouTube space. But in real life, people are not thinking like this. And so I'm just challenging that idea because there is so many people who have adopted a lot of these views and perspectives and talk about it. And maybe they have disassociated from it in their real lives. But how can you completely be removed when you're here and you're subscribing and you're listening to this mess all the time? So I want to ask you guys from that perspective, are these like YouTube wars real? And like, have you heard of these things? And let's talk about it. So whoever wants to start is cool with me.
I always got stuff to say, so I'm gonna let you guys go. I don't want to filibuster.
Yes.
So I'll go ahead. As far as like the wars, like that, I don't know too many wars between like little beefs. You know what I mean? Is that what you mean by war, or you mean like the divestors
Well, there's a
versus
war
like Black
against the
culture?
women and men. It's a war against red pill, blue pill. It's a war against, you know,
There ain't
the
no
red
red pill,
pill,
blue
Black
pill war.
men, Black women. It's a war against everybody. I mean, whatever war you can think of. To me, it's not a war as in they got guns and we like gonna get locked and loaded. There is beefs that happen. You know, there's conversations that happen and literally people get into it and threaten to kill each other, fight each other. I mean, I've seen it escalate crazy on these YouTube streets. And AJ, you know, I'm telling the truth. I've seen people threaten people livelihood, lives. I have been called, I have been called a bitch several times, like on this YouTube, like from men, from Black men. Okay. I'm never a Black woman. These are Black men who say these things to me. So I'm saying that a war in the sense of there is this back and forth. There's all of this fighting and all of this like disagreements and things like that. And so it just seems like the culture is in disarray. It seems like we have a lot of stuff going on. Like we can't get it together. So it is in your perception, because like we're in this YouTube street a lot, right? But then we're also in the real world and we also have to step out. We interact with people. How real is this, these dynamics?
I think excuse me. I think that they're pretty real. I think like now when it gets to like a really radical, like really escalated, you know, like it's really easy to say something behind a keyboard. And you know, it's not going to escalate as quickly in person usually. But as far as like the ideology goes, like once that person kind of adopts the ideology or that kind of way of thinking, they're walking into the world with that, right? It doesn't just stop at YouTube. They are like, okay, I'm blue pilled, or I'm fuck, or my bad, like, you know, forget about all Black men in my city, or forget about all Black women in my city, or you know, whatever the case is. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
I think
and that's what I was saying. And hi, OG Patrice. Mr. Beston, thank you guys so much for joining. Dr. Highlander, I appreciate you. I love some of the things you're saying. That's what I'm saying. You can't be listening to manosphere 24/7 and then walk into the real world and say, no, this isn't affecting my real life, that I'm only this person on the YouTube spaces. That's what a lot of them say. So I'm just wondering, how real are these wars in real life? Like, is this how people really operate and think? Freezy,
I mean, any media you consume like in mass is going to affect how you think. So that's like why we don't let our children watch certain things, or you know what I mean? Because that's going to alter, and that kind of, you know, the more, if you consume all this type of content, you're gonna start to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's why we are conditioned to believe that European beauty standards are amazing, right? Because we watch media and that's what they show. I mean, it's conditioning. I don't know if people see it that way though. I'm just curious. What do you think, Freezy?
Oh, definitely there are wars, especially YouTube channel wars. I mean, people are extra sensitive. I'm finding this out. Like, you can't even float around without somebody getting offended that you're on somebody else's channel or something. It's that serious, you know what I'm saying? So
Wow.
but I think it's it depends on.
That's another culture, or part of the culture. It's like when you're on someone's channel, then they feel like they own you and you can't go to other channels and you're censored in a way.
And you know what? I'm only going to speak on the Black channels because I'm not affiliated with any other race channels or whatnot. Like, so I don't want to say it's just Black, but you know, that's all I'm really affiliated with or go to or whatever. But I think it really depends on what's your intentions. You know, you're getting on YouTube, if you're clout chasing, or if you got, you know, you're trying to build up your status or something like that, or if you're just sincere about real life subject matters and you want the community to be better. It just depends on your intentions to me. And so I think that a lot of intentions that I've seen have been fraudulent, you know. So but with me, I just feel like, you know, me floating around.
Speak to that. What do you mean? Like, what intentions are fraudulent? I mean, we know that, what is it, the black pill, what is it called, the red pill, the red pill manosphere, whatever, the man movement, whatever they calling it, we already know that they put out all this foolishness. But what else? I mean, divesting, that's ridiculous too. So what else is, like, what is it that you feel like is fraudulent about some of the things that's put out?
I've been speaking on it for about a couple of weeks. Like I said, I've never seen that this many well-off Black people, rich Black people on you know, I never seen. It's like, especially with this the red pill manosphere, and like I said, I always want to reaffirm that I agree with a lot of the manosphere subject matter, but this notion that you know, because I keep hearing that $50,000 a year for a Black man, they're shitting this stuff, you know. $50,000 a year, they're looking down on a Black man making.
That's not enough money, right?
That's crazy. Let me tell you something. I mean, when I hear people talk like that, especially in the manosphere, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. I know good dudes making less and are maintaining families, you know, good dudes, with moral code and everything. And women, and there are women that's married to these dudes, and they're just fine. They're just fine. You know, it's it might be, you know, of course, in this present day world, two income families are needed, but just this notion that you're looking down on $50,000 a year. You know, if you're not making, if you're not six figure, or, you know, I keep hearing this all the time. If you're not six figure, or, you know, high six
so
figure.
who is they? Who is they, Freezy? Like, who is it that's looking down on those type of people?
Most of this rhetoric is being spewed by the manosphere.
Okay.
You know, yeah, the manosphere. This is where I hear
the manosphere is like judging their own people based on white standards, basically white American standards. Like, oh, you're not making but 50K, so we're going to judge those Black men and make them feel like they are less than. That's what I see.
You know what, Tawana? I don't even know if it's white standards. It's just some foolish rhetoric that.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is.
It is?
It's white American standards for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Because a lot of us are assimilated and believe and have submitted to the white man. We whatever he says, that's how we feel. And I mean, I feel like that's why we judge each other based on those standards.
Yeah, and I think
I mean,
that's
it's just what it is. It's just what we do.
I know. And you know, that's where the divestment and all that stuff start trickling on in. You understand what I'm saying? It's like a snowball effect.
Right. Because the women are, instead of joining the conversations, they're separating from the men, and they're saying, well, you know what? We disagree with this 100%. Totally. We don't want, it's toxic to us. So then they're going to the next extreme of, oh, I'm just going to separate from Black men 100% completely.
Of course.
Yeah. So AJ, you had something to say. What did you have to say about that?
Yeah. So I actually disagree with the notion that it's the manosphere that's doing it. And not to say, so let me preface this by saying I am not, Mr. Manosphere or subscribe to every single thing. Just the same thing Freezy said a moment ago. Some of it is valid content. Some of it is a little bit over the top, but it's not necessarily the manosphere in of itself. If you do watch, of course, we'll just call a spade a spade. If you watch Kevin Samuel's shows, where the 6 foot, 6-figure, 6-pack notion or narrative has come into play is from the women that join that platform to have a conversation with him. And he asks, what is it you're looking for? And it's, I want, this much amount of money. Now, I will agree. He asks leading questions sometimes that traps you by saying, how much would you want a guy to make? And well, I would love for him to make $1 million, but realistically, I could accept 40, 50. But then there are cases where he asks somebody, well, what is 47K? The average, median salary is 47K, and they go, like, that's where that comes from. It's not a bunch of men out here, saying, hey man, you only make 50K. That's it. We know better. We're not the ones doing that. So it's not manosphere that's necessarily saying that, but I can say that the narrative exists within that type of content, if that makes sense.
What I always wonder, and I guess some Black women are in the chat and can answer this for me, is why we support conversations that exploit or use Black women to get the bag. Because without us, they would not have a conversation. And a lot of Black women, what y'all do is y'all support those channels. And I mean, a lot of it I didn't even know about until I got into this space, and I was like, they were like, oh, did you see this on Fresh and Fit, or did you see this on this channel or that? So I'm curious as to why Black women feel like they need validation from those men, and why they allow men to degrade them and talk to them and tell them that they're not worthy and that their value is low and that they are not good enough for Black men. I'm curious. I'm just curious as to why y'all do that. I want to hear that, but go ahead. Whoever else had a statement.
I have an answer for that. I would say, number one, people like controversy, and 2, women are just the biggest consumers in general. So like women love that. Like I wish I had the stats because I don't, but I would be willing to bet a nice pretty penny that like the majority of people that were consuming like reality TV show content, those were not men watching those shows, right? Those were women
absolutely.
Snooki and Kim Kardashian.
Oh, yeah.
And
You're
I
right.
don't even know about all that, right? So that's just something like even before the YouTube. To time to the question before, women consume media and they like conflict and that type of thing.
I mean, because I definitely understand supporting reality TV, because what I see is that it's not blatant humiliation, right? You can see that they're humiliating Black women, and we don't see it, but I can see that there's like putting small little humiliation things in there, and now it's like a conditioning thing, and we kind of overlook it. But in the manosphere, in those spaces, they are blatantly disrespectful to Black women, like disrespectful, and we continue to make them popular.
What do you mean? What do you mean they're blatantly disrespectful to black women?
They call us low value. They say that we are, they compare us to other races of women, that we're not good enough, that other races of women are better at whatever, we're masculine, we are difficult, we are everything you could think. I can't even think of what else they say about us. Unattractive, we're fat. What?
Who's saying unattractive?
I
ain't never heard not one person say that.
We're unattractive, we're fat. The preference is white women, obviously. That's what I would say. That's black men in the manosphere. That's their preference. It's white women. Yes, it is. It's their preference. I don't care what you say. That is what it is.
I disagree, but we can agree to disagree.
That is their preference. And so black women are being compared to white women and American beauty standards, and they don't even know it. So what I don't understand about black women is, why is our self-esteem and value so low that we continue to popularize those channels? I don't get it.
I mean, that's a valid question.
I don't get it. I would love to hear.
I can say that the creators themselves seem to pedestalize non-black women, of course. And that's pure quote. I can rattle them off the top. Fake and fraud, definitely. All they talk about is how they don't date black women. Donovan Sharp is the same way. He talks pretty consistently how he doesn't care to date black women and mostly date
but then black women
white
continue to support.
But they do, right? And to be fair, a lot of the explosion for a lot of these channels is precisely because women became the center of the topic and women started to consume the content. I did just try to Google it.
Do y'all hear this? Like, we are the reason why they are blowing up and exploited, but we are not getting paid from it at all. And what we are doing is supporting it, even though they humiliate us daily. I mean, does that make sense to y'all? Because I don't get it. I'm trying to get it, y'all.
Does that speak a lot to black women's how they roll and their what maybe there's on these maybe they're on these platforms because they know they're the main topic of discussion and they're trying to get their clout up or something.
No, they're trying to prove that they're different. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, oh, he's not going to treat me like that. He going to treat other black women. See, she masculine. That's why he treated her like that, because she masculine. I'm feminine. That's what they think. They think they're better than other women. That's the only reason that I could see them even thinking to support. They waiting on one of you black men to support them and validate them and tell them that they're different. And y'all never do. Y'all never do. Y'all always tell them that they the same, and they always wait on y'all to tell them something different. I don't get it.
That's because all girls, they think they're special. They think like, I'm special. My 20 bodies don't mean what her 20 body means, right? She for the streets, but I'm not, right? I was confused when I was a teenager and I was young and dumb. All these girls, they think they're all special, and a lot of guys, we all kind of think of it as the same. Like, we all are putting you into the same category. If you got 20 bodies, you are going to go into this slot.
But there's a huge point. There's a huge point that everybody's hitting right now.
You are not special. They're going to treat you the exact same. You go on Fresh and Fit, he's going to disrespect you. He's going to treat you like you ain't nothing. He's going to tell you you're not a preference. He's going to tell you that you're not beautiful. He is going to make you compare you to white American beauty standards and make you feel like you're less than. Why do you go on these shows?
They do think they're different, but there's a big point that's being kind of hit here too, and it was the little banner I had up earlier about it really only existing in these social media spaces and I'm looking at some of the stuff CYP saying in the chat. He's spot on.
Okay, let me.
When we talk, talk amongst ourselves, and I'm in the same boat. I work with high earning, educated. There's black women everywhere where I'm at. And they're not spewing any of this stuff out. They're not, we're more realistic outside of the YouTube space. There's way more men out here that are willing to, it doesn't matter I'm not saying everyone, but there are a good number of men out there that aren't necessarily concerned about how many people you've been with prior or whatever your past looks like, or if you've got a child or two or whatever. There are men out there like that. It's just not what the center of focus is in this particular space. This particular space is more so centered on a pseudo perfection that that doesn't necessarily even exist, right? We're looking for, and I air quote we are looking for the young 20, 21, 22-year-old that's never had a child before, who's either a virgin or has had no experience or whatever the case may be. And then at the same time, I'm 45, 50 years old, and this is what I should be looking. That it only exists in that space. I don't know too many people like that out in the real world. And the last point I will make. Go ahead. I was going to say the last point I'll make is, now I do know a couple of folks that I work with, because my organization is huge. Dude's a little creepy. I'm just saying, they 45, 55, pushing 60, married, and every time we get around. Matter of fact, I just went to lunch with a couple of colleagues last week, and every single woman that walked by, and these are married men talking about women at work. It's one thing when you out and about and you might see somebody walk by and she look good, but it's a bit much. But anyways, I'm off topic.
Let me say, April said, those men who make their money off of being disrespectful towards Black women have mother issues that they need to deal with. And instead of them dealing with it, they want to blame Black women. Yeah, but Black women, we're the only ones who victimize the Black man and make excuses for them.
I don't agree with that, though. No, not that. I'm saying, as far as April saying that there's,
I know
it's a mother issue thing. I don't necessarily think it's that.
That's what Black women do. They continue to make excuses and be like, "Oh, he's this," but no.
Yeah, it's not exactly. It's not mommy issues. Now, what I hypothesize is that you've had a struggle dating. You've grown up with women effectively maybe not wanting you or desiring you, especially the women that you wanted, which were Black women. And as you got older, you started to, have a disdain or some discontent for Black women later on. Now it's their fault and it's not yours. You see what I'm saying? So that's potential. I don't have any, data to prove that.
I just think that we do have Black male worshiping channels. And what I mean by that is women who are training women to be better for men, to be more feminine, to desire the Black man, and to do this. But do we have Black women worshiping channels? No, we do not.
Yeah. Oh, they're there. I'll send them to you. I'll send them to you. They're there.
Yeah. I would love to see these Black male
no problem.
worshiping.
Just look up divestment.
No,
I said women worshipers, Black women worshipers. It's Black men worshipers, Black women worshipers. Is there Black men who worship Black women the way Black women worship Black men?
Just walk outside your house. Just turn on your television.
Ain't no walk outside the house. We talking about YouTube culture. Is there YouTube?
I don't know any channels in that space. Yeah, I don't know any channels that specifically target that.
Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear how crazy that is? Black women. We don't have Black men who worship us, but we are on here worshiping them all the time. This is so crazy to me, y'all. I'm serious. I
think I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna say one thing. One thing I do. What gravitated me to the manosphere and the red pill talk, the Black community has a.
Hold on. Red Lipstick said they are. Name them. Name the Black women worshiping channel. I want to hear it, because I know we say it all the time. Please name them, because I have did my research, and please name them. I'm curious, because I will go back.
What about Dr. Umar Johnson calling every woman a queen?
I'm talking about the same way.
That's a good point. Yeah, Umar. There's one.
No, Umar is not a Black man, a woman worshiper. He is primarily trying to get y'all.
Oh man, he was a Black woman worshiper if there ever was one.
Yeah, he was. He went at Kevin Samuels heavy.
No, Dr.
He did.
Umar, he wants to get money so he can not open this school that he's been talking about for 10 years. Not playing with me. He is not a Black worshiping channel.
The school.
Too now.
She said, "Come on, Wanda. You know there's some channels where you hear brothers say Black woman is queen. Please tell me."
Yeah.
Tell
they
me
out there.
Tell me the channel.
I just can't. Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson.
I'm curious. Tell me where the channel is.
Derek Jackson. That's big.
How you doing, Sheree B. Chicago?
Hey, what's that other guy? That guy with all the face tattoos now on TikTok that be saying all that wild stuff.
Oh, I don't mess with
Yeah,
TikTok.
I
don't
forget
know.
what his name. I don't watch TikTok either,
Derek
but it pops
Jackson.
up. There's like a hood version of Derek Jackson out there now that talks about
Oh
take your
yeah,
woman on
yeah.
a something. You seen that? Yeah.
Okay, but
He kind of
Derek
took
Jackson.
Jared Jackson's place a little
I
bit.
heard some about that.
No. Okay, so here's the thing with Derek Jackson and all those other ones. Are they talking about Black women or are they talking about women in general? Because Derek Jackson, I know for sure, was talking about women in general. It was not
I feel like
specific
he had a
talking
heavy
to
focus
Black
on
women.
Black women.
Yeah,
Where
I mean,
are the channels? Just like y'all be on there pandering, telling Black women to be feminine and doing all this stuff, and Black men, I want you to choose me. Where are the Black men who do that for y'all? That's what I want to know. Tell me that. He said, brother Polite. Is that a real person, or is he just, or he talking to somebody?
I think the main
Chicago Gorilla
question
not
you're
lying.
asking is
Stop
where
trying
are
to
the
hold my man
popular
Chicago
ones?
Gorilla. That's a real person. We gotta take that at face value, but look it up.
Oh, that is a real person.
I'm guessing. I'm saying, but
what I'm trying to get Black women to see is that we are really just problematic in the way we think about. We are supporting channels who are clearly disrespecting us, degrading us, and devaluing us, right? Which is the reason why I stepped away from Lapeef. Like, that is the reason why, right? Because I was supporting a system that I really am disagreeing with. A bunch of men who sit on a panel and completely criticize, ridicule, and disrespect us. But we continue to support them and make them rich. And make them wealthy.
What gravitated me to these channels, the Manosphere channels, Red Pill Talk, let's just be honest, there is a big problem in the Black community with single family households.
Single parent households.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Single parent household, fatherless homes. A lot of these guys are giving up. You know, they're giving up on the families. They're giving up on the women, on the Black women. So what gravitated me towards the Manosphere was basically a lot of these channels were trying to build the Black man up, build his confidence up, understand his importance in, the household, basically leveling up, stop focusing. A lot of these channels that I agreed with were telling men to stop focusing on the women, level up, take a step back from trying to date all the time, trying to holler at all these women and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Take a step back, focus on your life, level up. I do agree with that. I agree that this is the answer to, men being more equipped to lead families in a more sufficient way. So, I mean, to me, that was the biggest reason why I felt like we needed this type of,
and somebody said, brother Potluck, tell Potlit or Potlight. Polite. Okay. Tell me how many followers he have compared to Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit.
I mean, but it's controversial.
No. I want to hear that. I want them to tell me how many followers he has in comparison to these manosphere spaces where the women are disrespected, disregarded. Black women are compared to other races. Black women are criticized, called masculine. We are ugly. We are not as beautiful as other races. With all of these things, tell me where you guys see that us supporting men like that. Potlight. Tell me how many followers he has, and is it greater than Kevin Samuels, and is he more successful in the YouTube space than he is?
I have a quick question. I'm genuinely curious. Who are you hearing? Because I haven't heard any Black red pill content creators verbally say Black women are ugly. Now there's some
I do agree with that.
They definitely do say like we as a race
overweight.
Are overweight.
I do hear overweight.
What does overweight mean?
A Black man say Black women are
we are not desirable. We are masculine. We are overweight. So are you saying?
Right. No, I'm just switching back on the ugly part because that's That's outrageous.
Just that.
I've never heard that. That's wild.
Okay, well, you need to go back and listen because that happens all the time.
Where they at? I ain't never seen them.
I don't know if you a red pill specialist, but I'm gonna tell you one thing, that if you have not been on Kevin Samuel's show and saw him call women twos and ones, what is he ranking exactly if he's not calling them ugly?
Oh, okay, so you're saying
Okay, so
implied
you're
by the
saying
rating
by-
system.
Stop it.
like
No,
it's
no, stop it,
insinuated.
because y'all really acting like they do not call women, black women, ugly all the time.
I
They
literally have
compare
never
us to
heard those words,
Eurocentric
though.
standards. Come on,
I think
now.
that's what H and I are saying. We haven't heard those exact words.
Okay, so you trying to play semantics with me? They have to
Wait,
say ugly,
no,
and you
that's
don't
open
connect that.
interpretation.
You don't connect a one or two to ugly. You saying that don't mean ugly? Don't play stupid with me
Absolutely
now.
not, because he's
Seriously
had
now.
no,
Come
for
on.
sure not. But he's had plenty of dimes on there, and he's told them, he's been like, "Listen, you fine. That don't
Yeah,
mean
because
nothing.
he's
What else
judging
you
them
got?"
based
So
on
he's-
European standards. So we really listening to a man who hates black women. I'm sorry, he does.
So,
He doesn't
so
like
can I
black
challenge you
women.
on that
And
real
he
quick?
is telling
Hey,
black
Tawana.
women that we are undesirable based on European standards, and we are validating him. Why are
Yes.
we doing that? Black women.
The
why are we
undesirable
doing that?
comment was definitely made. Yeah,
Yes.
that was. It's.
So
They said do say it all the
undesirable-
time. That statistics state that
Thank you,
black
thank
women
you,
is the
Tiffany.
least
They
desirable
call
woman. That
us
does. That
ugly
is a
all the time. Undesirable is ugly. Sorry.
right.
but
So
you
if the
want-
pointer is 2 is ugly, then okay, then I don't disagree.
Come on now.
If that's where your pointer is at, then I don't disagree
Now
there.
come on, stop
But the
playing
actual
with me
term,
as if they don't call
yeah.
us ugly. I have
But a
read
2
your
is not a 2 to
opinion.
everybody. I mean, as jacked up as that sounds, right? The 2's not a 2 to everybody.
Yeah,
you know?
we are desperate for black male attentions and affection, and it is clear, because if a man is not reciprocating the things that he's requesting from you, why would you continue to support them?
Well, you asked, right, how many women have shows, like the manosphere, right? But think about it though, a lot of these guys, they kind of plummeted their way into the YouTube world because that was the only way they was going to have a voice. A lot of the women already had big voices on major networks like The View, Whoopi Goldberg, Wendy Williams, Tyra Banks, Queen Latifah, Oprah. These women already have big platforms on major channels. Men did not have these outlets, so they kind of forced their way into the YouTube world. That's how that happened. That's how I feel like it rolled out.
What about Montel? What's his name?
Montel Williams.
What about Murray? Because y'all naming white women, so we can name white men then. There are Jerry Springer. We got a lot of men in the.
Maury Povich and Jerry got rich off of us.
Oh, and so what are you saying? I'm saying you all are sitting there giving a validation and I guess excuses for black men not
at all,
not supporting us in the red pill space, or
no,
not
I wouldn't.
liking us.
Well, let's not stretch it that far, because
Okay,
I don't
but
give
it's
validation to any of these folks.
Right. So here's what I'm saying though.
See, that's why I put all the red lights behind me, because I was like,
I hear you. It's just the following that calls our majority women. When
yes.
white women they call themselves ugly before Kevin get a chance to. Yeah. So why do we need validation from them?
It's more so, that's a very valid point.
Yeah,
it's more so the followers than the followers are way worse than the creators themselves. If you dive into the chat of any of these creators, it's pretty raw. It's pretty bad. So I do agree.
But see, I don't care if white women are calling in and calling themselves ugly. That doesn't mean anything to me. What I care about, because he's not on a public platform dogging white women. He is talking about black women.
So
black women, y'all. That's what y'all don't get. He's not talking about white women.
Oh, he specifically says he's black women focused.
What I'm saying is their image is not being tainted. It's the black women whose image is being tainted. It's the black women who supports the red pill, the manosphere, and they continue to disrespect us. We are in a DV relationship with black men on here because we continue to support them, even though they criticizing us and beating us down. It's like a cycle we keep continuing. We victimize them and we make excuses and protect them. That's why they think black women are masculine, because we protect black men, we victimize them. We are masculine in our roles. We claim them even when they don't claim us. Why? That's what men
disagree
do.
with that.
Yeah, we do. We do.
No, I meant about that's why they call them
give me an example.
Well, I mean, I think there's a big disconnect with just women just being triggered by the word submit or masculine. being masculine or being feminine are character traits. Okay, these are like, that's what they are. They're saying that with this group of people, we can see that we see this character trait a lot in just everyday life or in the YouTube streets or whatever. It's not them just saying it just to say it. Yeah, I feel like we just say masculine just to, like, everyone just says, "Oh, why are you calling me man?" And people just get so triggered by the word, and we're saying the behavior you're showing me right now, I'm seeing this is a character trait. I'm sorry, this is a character trait that you're showing
No,
me
they
right now.
use
It's
it
not
to
me
demean
saying it
and
to say it
devalue.
for.
No,
Sorry?
they use it to demean, and it has no validity. I'm sorry, Red Pill Hustle. It has no validity.
How does
What?
it
They
not have
use it
validity
to
though?
demean and devalue Black women, and they fall for it. And they listen to feminine men.
So
They listen to feminine men, men who are emotional, men who are really like not real men who you should validate. They don't display manhood at all. And those are the men who are telling you that you're feminine, that you're masculine. Yeah,
I'm
you're
not saying
masculine.
that
You're
they're
masculine
coming
to them
from a.
because they're feminine.
I'm not. I would agree with that. If they're really,
They're
really
feminine,
like
right?
feminine, I would
One,
agree. If they're a feminine man and they're
So here's the
emotional and
thing.
that,
Here's the
then
thing.
they shouldn't.
Everybody keeps on asking me to drop the link. After I get through the questions, I'm going to drop the link, and I want everybody to come on and ask questions. Oh yeah, I am on one today. I'm gonna roast
so
you.
so Juana, are you saying
Bullshit. Yes, I am. So
Juana?
here's the thing, y'all. I am going to drop the link because I want everybody to chime in. So give me a minute. I see everybody's request for me to drop the link, but I want the panel to be able to get through a few of the questions and move on. But go ahead, Freezy. What was you about to say to me?
Are you saying that it's just that these men aren't man enough to handle these women?
no,
That's what
hold on. Let's not go down that road yet. Let's not go
Yeah.
down that road.
Oh man,
I'm
that's
trying to
Let
figure out
horrible.
me
what Juana was trying to say. That's
Well,
let
no, I want to
no.
hear
Wait,
I
wait,
want
wait.
to hear what Freezy got to say because I'm ready to answer that.
Wait, because I've heard that I get that notion. First of all, I don't like the idea of my Black women needing to be handled. I hate that terminology. If like
They're the
my
ones that keep
wife,
saying it.
you gotta handle something. You gotta
well,
handle.
listen, my wife, I don't have to handle my wife,
Okay,
okay?
so wait, what
That's a
Freezy?
blessing.
Can I, AJ? I need to hear what Freezy's trying to say though, because I really want to respond. Go ahead, Freezy. What are you
Well,
trying to
well,
say?
I was trying to get some understanding. You were
Okay.
saying that these guys call the women masculine, right? But it's not that you're saying that it's not that these women are masculine. It's just that they're dealing with weak men, feminine men who
No,
aren't
feminine men. I didn't call them weak. Yes, they're dealing with
okay.
feminine men.
Well, a feminine man to me is weak. To me, that it's
Well,
synonymous.
no, he's just learned to not embrace his
Mm,
manhood. He
Nah,
doesn't
that's
know
the
weak.
how
same
to.
thing.
He
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
know
the same
how to
thing.
Yeah, those
utilize.
are
In a
synonymous.
sphere
It's
of
the same
men, you're
thing.
talking to a panel of men. That's the same thing.
It's the
That's
same thing.
synonymous. Feminine for a male is considered weak. But listen,
Here's the
it's
thing:
not about handling.
Black women will justify their failures, excuses. We make excuses for them. You just heard the woman say, "Oh, that Black men have this and that going on." So yes, Black women do that for men. So of course, you guys cannot. Y'all don't even need to be masculine. Y'all don't even need to enforce your manhood. So what do you mean? Like, tell me exactly what you mean, so I can tell you how Black men are feminine on those channels. I'll tell you exactly how they're feminine on those channels.
If
Because
you're talking in regards to the channels, I can't speak to that because there are a lot of guys out on these channels that will scream and yell back and forth with women, and they are just as emotional as they
yeah,
claim
I've been called bitches
as
twice.
they claim women to be. That is literally emotion, and that part kind of irks me too when people talk about, oh, you're emotional. If I laugh right now, that's an emotion. If I frown, that's an emotion. If I get riled up and scream and start punching shit, that's an emotion. So everybody has emotions. So that
Okay,
part
so
is
Freezy,
silly.
what did you mean? Like, what do you think? What are you asking from
This
me?
this is what I'm saying. I felt like you were saying the women aren't really masculine. It's just that they're dealing with feminine men.
That's right.
Okay, but
That's exactly what I'm saying. You're saying exactly what I meant.
okay, but
How
I
is
don't
it
feel,
that men in our community don't have to have any expectations? Women cannot hold them to any other standard. Every other culture of men, we compare them to, they are mad because we're comparing them. Oh, we are oppressed. Y'all can't compare us to that. And we went through racism. No. How come you all cannot take control of your communities just like every other race or every other male group have been able to do? How
okay.
is it that we have Black women have had to take over responsibilities that men are primarily responsible for in our communities. Y'all don't take the lead. Y'all don't protect
What
us.
example?
Y'all don't protect us in our communities. Our communities are
And remember, folks, this is generally speaking, so she's not taking shots at us.
I am not taking. And I know for sure that AJ is not the black man that I'm talking about. Freezy isn't, nor is the red pill. But you guys have to stick with the data and the statistics. Who is destroying our communities? It's not black women. It is black men. Okay. Yes, they do destroy our communities. They are violent. They are doing all these things in our community. There is proof of that. You can look at FBI statistics. It will tell you who is destroying.
Yeah, statistically, men create more crimes.
Right. Yeah. No, that's facts.
So what I'm saying is, y'all don't protect.
But statistically, who are raising most of these?
Freezy. Black men are the most unemployed men in America. Y'all don't protect. Y'all don't provide.
Well, black people generally are the most unemployed.
But how are y'all masculine when y'all don't do the two things that all men
I have an easy answer for that. Okay. I've got a really easy answer for that. So when it comes down to the general representation of what, and this is just me, but what masculinity is that if I am outside in nature and a woman is outside in nature, removing everything else, money, current, whatever, technology, whatever, houses and all that in of itself, I am a man before anything. I'm a man before money. I'm a man before all that. If we square up right now, 9 times out of 10, the woman's going to lose that fight. There may be 1 or 2 that can't. That's just right there. Baseline right there is where masculinity comes from. Baseline, right? Now you take a look at, so now we've got a modern society, we've got laws in place, we've got all of that, right? Which they should be here. We should be living in a civilized society. And there is, to be fair, there is a safety that we have where, a woman can get up in a man's face and bark and put her finger in his face and all this stuff. And these are the type of women that say, hey, you're not strong enough to handle that type of woman. No, it's not that I'm not strong enough to handle her. It's just that if a man was to jump up, put his hands in my face, call me out my name, call me a bitch, B word and all this other stuff, then, me and that man would be fighting, right? But if I got a woman screaming in my face and all this other stuff and I do nothing, then I guess I'm just not masculine enough. So you see what I'm saying? So as long as we can I'll finish my point here is that as long as we can at the base level respect women as women and men as men, we can let go of all of this masculinity and femininity trope BS. We can let all of that go. So that's my ultimate point is at a basic level. XY versus XX chromosome.
Okay, so that's where I'm at. Thing though, if y'all want to say that black women are the ones that are violent and doing all this thing to men, then y'all need to start doing something to report that and document that and put it on table, because the statistics and the data shows that y'all are the ones that are violent and y'all are the ones that are destroying our communities. So I'm saying that to say that we need to stop, I guess, conflating ideas and really deal with what's really happening. Okay, we have allowed men to just be complicit in their oppression. That's just what it is. We victimize you guys. We make excuses, and then we sit on panels and support the same people who exploit us. That's why I'm talking to black women, because it is really their fault. Mm-hmm. They are the ones who are really supporting these types of institutions that happen on YouTube, and that's just what it is.
You mean the black women, right? Supporting it, right?
That's black women.
That I don't disagree with. I mean, there's nothing but black women that go constantly on Kevin Samuel's show, consistently and jump up there. So, and to be fair, he didn't blow up until he went off on a black woman. So,
talk about the percentage of black women assaulting black men, then y'all need to start reporting it and making sure it's documented. Other than that,
you know what I would look like if I reported a woman hitting me right
now? That's what I was about to say. I think there's like. I don't think that's something that's real.
That's a society we built.
If a woman put her hands on me,
if that's happening, then y'all need to put it on paper and y'all need to make sure that it's validated.
But that's the society that we built, though. We have been told from the very beginning that you must be strong at all times. So that also means that you will be shunned and shamed by your colleagues, your male colleagues, if they find out your woman squared off on you and you called the police and made a report. I mean, let's be realistic. You know, you want to be realistic about it, about stuff like that.
We want to be realistic about the fact that Black women are ruining the community and cussing out men, but we can't be realistic about who's actually destroying the community.
I mean, I think that's a collective.
So when you say
I don't think
destroying,
it's just all on one side of the coin or the other.
Okay.
Go ahead, Red Pill. I'm sorry, man.
Go ahead. What other patriarchal society have been able to do what Black men are doing?
So I kind of liked Freezy points when he said who is raising these men. So if you have the majority of men getting pregnant by all the Pookie and Ray Rays, because that is like what that is the case.
That's bull. It's
then
not
what can you?
Ray Rays.
But what I'm saying is
y'all are absentee fathers no matter what your education or socioeconomic status. Y'all are absentee fathers. Stop it. I hate
no, but what I'm saying is that is the minority of men.
Ray. It's not Pookie and Ray. It's Josh and Brian.
That's not true. It's the minority of men getting the majority of women pregnant.
AJ's and Freezies. No, stop it, y'all. It's everybody.
No, I'm not saying that that's everybody. That the majority of women absolutely get pregnant by the minority of men and then cry about all men like they didn't get pregnant by the minority.
So you,
like if I had a dollar
so
for
you
every
guys'
woman that told me
is that the women, again, you're blaming the women because the men are
I'm not. Those men should be held accountable.
Are y'all cowardly for not wanting to step up and take control of your own community? No, but you blame the women and say we are 100% accountable for the men that we sleep with. What about the men who walk away from their women? What about
they are accountable and they are accountable as well, and they should step up.
Absolutely.
They're both. I don't think no one in the red pill is saying that those men who don't. I don't think everyone could, as an adult, could agree. If you don't take care of kids, that's messed up. I think what we're saying is, if I have a problem of absentee fathers, and I have women who, I'm just gonna throw out big numbers, and I have women who are contributing 70% of the problem. Let's say 70% of women are getting pregnant by 30% of men. If I'm looking for a solution, am I going to focus on something that's not going to fix the problem as much, or am I going to focus on something that's going to have more of a direct impact on the end result?
Okay, so this is my point then. Black women, stop having kids with them. Seriously, stop it.
That I would agree with that, but I also would say
this is what they're saying. They're blaming you when they fail to be in their own child's life. They have children and they don't want to raise them, and then they're blaming you for it. So why are you still having children with them? Just like why are they still?
But it's not as easy as and I'm telling women, generally speaking, it's not. Men don't just say, "Oh, you're pregnant." It's not that easy.
Well, it's abortions. It's other things they can do. Listen, why are you having children with men who don't want to raise them? You guys,
why are you having children with men you don't want to marry?
That's a very valid point, but I would also tell the guys.
But the men don't want to marry us. Y'all know that because 26% of us is the only that's married, and men do not want to marry Black women.
Then stop sleeping.
They all think they're special. They think they're gonna be that 1 in 4.
Yeah. Stop. Listen. Stop.
That's why I'm telling Black women that they do.
Who is the real? Let's ask the real question here. Who is the real prize in this scenario, right? And I know that's a triggering word for the red pill. Who's the real prize?
Prize. Okay.
Who is it? Right?
Yeah.
Let's be real. Everything a man, and I can only speak from the cis hetero perspective, but for the most part, everything a man does is to ultimately get a woman. Everything. His education, his skill set, all of that.
Can I respond to him? No, you probably don't say that, but I have been on these spaces for a long time, Dr. Highlander, and women are blamed for a lot of the things that men do wrong. They are blamed for being single mothers.
You know why they're being blamed? Clicks and views.
But it happens.
I would have to push back.
Here's the thing, though. It happens, and so a lot of people are in denial right now on this on my feed. But they know that it happens. I see it happen on a regular basis where women are actually criticized and ridiculed for being single mothers, as if the man had nothing to do with it.
Hey,
I agree with everything up until that last one. You should be, if you're the man and you made a baby, you should take care of that baby. If you're a woman and you got pregnant by somebody, you messed up. The same way I tell anyone, like I know dudes who are on child support, crying about child support, I give them the same heat. You busted in that chick, and now she put you on child support. Man, you knew she was for the streets, and you knew she was gonna put you on child support. Now you paying $600 a month. I have no sympathy for you. So this accountability is for both. All right. But just if we're highlighting a topic, we can't just say, well, what about this? What about that? Like, we're discussing this. We can talk about that after, but we shouldn't just deflect, because now we're not start deflecting because I'm talking about women need to be accountable for this. So you say, well, what about the men? What about the men?
Right.
We can absolutely have a discussion about the men after we're finished with our conversation about
no, because that's bull too. Let me call bull on that, because what y'all do is y'all stay focused on the women. Y'all never get focused on the men and what y'all need to do better. It always is a bashing session about what the women are not doing and what they haven't done. That is what it is. I'm sorry.
I think a lot of the manosphere and the red pill talk is I don't think it's a lot of bashing. I get what you're saying, Tawana. It's a lot of heat on the women. It is, but it's more so the men are being told, listen, stop chasing ass. Stop.
Yes.
Okay, like my boy up top. What's your name?
AJ.
Because black men are hypersexual and they lead with their sex. They lead their manhood with sex. So I get why they're telling men, hey, stop doing that. But what I don't get is the reverse, and why black women are therefore criticized, ridiculed, diminished, humiliated, and why black men don't stand up for us, and why they don't protect us yet again. They don't protect us in space.
What does protect y'all mean? I'm genuinely curious. What does that mean?
You don't know what it means? It means that
I want to know what it means to y'all, because y'all always say y'all black men don't protect us.
I don't want to speak for all black women. How about this? Black women, if you really want to come on this show and talk about protection and what it means, because I do feel like black men, you participate in the diminishing, the devaluing of black women, but you guys will show on the flip side your love for other women and other cultures. So you guys know how to show love for other women and compare us to other races. But black women, what we don't do is we never talk about how they are not the dominant race and how other men don't respect them, because we don't compare them to other races, and we really should. We should compare them to other cultures, because other cultures have control over their patriarchal society, and they're not asking their women to submit. They're not asking their women to dummy down so that I can be the higher than you. They're not asking their women. They're not doing those things. So they're black men. What you're doing is you're praising other men and their patriarchal, because you like their women. You go into their society and you take their good women who their men have raised, and you are not raising your own daughters and your own children.
So let me ask you this. Is there a way that you could frame your questioning to what we can actually answer to? Because we don't fall in that category. And what I do, to be fair, see.
Let Rico and LB, maybe they have something.
Because there's a bunch of, and Rico said it's 3 against 1. Yeah, it's definitely not that.
No, it's not. No, I don't feel that way at all.
Because I'm one of, we are all,
She must be the 3.
Oh yeah, look, I was gonna say, look, I'm like 3 people my damn self. So y'all, you know how that go, y'all. Like I don't need no. Listen, I got this, okay. But
we do want to.
I love this conversation because I really want to talk about this idea that, like, why do women support red pill manosphere that exploits black women? And I'm holding black women accountable, so none of you can say anything, because I haven't asked you guys one time why do y'all have black women? No, I'm asking black women to stop supporting you. I'm asking black women to stop breeding with you because you don't want to raise your children and you exploit black women. I want you guys to stop doing those things. So I'm curious as to what black women have to say. But go ahead, Rico. I want you to speak, because I have been talking and I'm listening, y'all, but I need to like turn my camera off for 1 minute. But go ahead, Rico.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for bringing me up, Juana. I came in on the tip. Hey, how's it going, Red Pill Hustle?
How's it going, man?
Had a couple of conversations with you, sir. So I know where your frame of reference comes from. So I'm not.
And I yours.
Yes, exactly. And I don't. I just came into the conversation just because I just heard some things that just, obviously kind of like, caused me to pause, because I hear what Juana's saying, and obviously I kind of align more with her side, because my perspective is not even about, I know you guys first of all, I'll start with the word. I'll take the word accountability, and I even had a conversation about that earlier. I just think that word is trash, whether it's used in the red pill space or manosphere or any other space, because nobody's holding anybody's accountable. Accountability requires consequence. Nobody's applying consequence. What we are doing is we're judging each other. That's what we're doing. We're taking judgment out on each other. And if you judge me, I'm naturally going to take a defensive position. I don't even care if you're right, because no one likes to be judged. So if I say, I'm sorry, the gentleman at the top, I don't like that hat, I'm holding you accountable. You might come back, F you, this is my hat. Because you're just not going to receive that judgment. Well, and I can be like, oh, well, I'm holding you accountable. You be like, bull crap. I think that too often people from that red pill space, they come, while they may be so zeroed in on their intention, what they mean to do, what their blind spot is, the impact of what they're doing. So my intent might be to want Juana to be a better person, but if I'm beating her down, I'm not making her a better person. I'm making her a lesser version of herself because I'm just attacking her all the time. I think that that's a real big thing. I think too often people from the red pill space think that they've done everything. We've done the work. I hear them say that. I'm like, oh, sweet Jesus. And I think that, maybe they've done what they deem as the work, but people outside of them be like, I'm not impressed with that. You've done so little. You've done the basic, this, that, whatever. I do agree with what Juana said flat out. I fully believe that not only Black women, but Black women and Black men, we're the most least respected people on the planet. Full stop. Full stop. So you'll sit there and say, I'm like, yeah, Black women are very disrespected. So are Black men. Full stop. If you go to other countries, same thing. It's globally. So I keep telling everybody all the time, we're dealing with two systems that affect our community, a system of white supremacy and a system of anti-Blackness. So the problem with Black men, we fall into this concept of, okay, we're going to get our women in check. And I think Juana heard me say it a week or so ago. If you got every Black woman tomorrow to get on their knees and submit, when you walk out that door tomorrow, that white supremacist is still going to have his foot on your damn neck. But
this is what I'm saying, Rico.
Nothing changes for us.
Black men,
we get it within our household, but we don't change things in the world. And we want to beat up the only ally we have while they are not perfect. So Juana and the sisterhood is not perfect.
Right.
But that's the only damn person that got your back. That's it. Because it ain't going to be white women rocking for you. It ain't going to be Asian women rocking for you. It damn sure ain't going to be white men rocking for you. The only ally we have is our sisters, and we need to be careful. I mean, yeah, we can tell them we need to get better. I'm all for that. But just tearing them down ad nauseum, pointlessly, just that shit is exhausting.
I disagree.
Rico, let me say this though, and I'm saying this to the entire panel. Black men, traditionally, you guys have no access to wealth, no social power, no resources. You don't protect us. You don't raise us, but you want us to be feminine. We have to do too much. How are we going to be feminine? I don't even get the manosphere's point.
I think
nobody is telling y'all to be wealthy, to buy assets, to give us resources, and to social power.
What we're glossing over here is that the manosphere frequently says women control sex, men control marriage. And this is true.
We don't control sex.
Yes, you do.
Oh
yes,
my God.
Do.
Only the manosphere. Yes, let me tell y'all about y'all. Y'all are so hypersexual that your focus is only on breeding and sex. You define your manhood by how much sex you can have, and that is problematic. You're different from every other. Go ahead, LB. I'll go ahead and let you speak. Go ahead.
I call cap on this whole conversation because I feel like, except for some parts of Rico, because I think that we are totally glossing over exactly what he is saying. Is that we are not respecting each other, and we are just pointing fingers. Oh, you said this and he said that. We all know that it's a relationship. It takes two people. And the fact that whoever is the most responsible for leading the community or whatever, men can't lead without women, and women can't lead without men. And that's just how it is. Women can't raise their kids without the men, and men can't be leaders without the women. And so this cap red pill is a cap on that too, because what we can't even decide on and agree on is what respect is, and is it given or is it earned? And
tell me what women need to do in our communities. Tell me what we need to do. I'm curious. I'm just curious.
That is such a loaded whole thing. But that's too like broad. But that's too broad.
Can you agree that Black women or women in general are not biologically built to fight or to start wars, or you guys are stronger and you guys should be able to like conquer and take over? Are you not? I'm asking LB because LB came and said that Black women have some stuff that we can do, but I'm trying to figure out how we can take over a community. Tell me, because I think that Black men I think that men are essentially built for that, and every other patriarchal society have taken over their communities. They don't allow you in their communities. Let me tell you how much they don't allow you in their communities. When we had that whole let's talk about the the Black Lives Matter movement and what was happening on the Black Lives Matter movement when they were rioting and they were destroying neighborhoods. And guess what? Black people tried to go into the Latino like men and women's neighborhood, and they kicked them out of the neighborhood and would not allow them to destroy their neighborhoods because they protected their neighborhoods and their women. And I'm going to tell you this, that the Black men, the Latino men did that for their community. And every other race of men, even if they are not as like, because everybody always says it's more white men out here and they can overpower us and all this and all that. Even when they are a smaller group, they are not afraid to defend their culture and their beliefs. So what exactly can Black women do?
Okay, well, let me answer you.
Our own Black men won't even like step in the ring with us.
Well, I think that question is like loaded because you're talking about nowadays, and then you use an example of the past. And in the past, our community did stand up for each other. Our community did stand up for women, and the women stood up for the men. That was in the past. These days, there's a totally different battles we are fighting. Though they are related under the same umbrella, that's the racism and all the other things.
Tell me
but it's different. It's different.
Tell me when Black men have stood up for Black. I mean, I'm just curious. I mean,
you're talking about in the past, history wise.
You can talk about in the past
because we know that happened in slavery. We know that happened in slavery. We know that happened in with the Wall Street, that whole
Black
thing
Wall
happened.
Street, civil rights era, Jim Crow, all of that.
It happened.
Yeah, that was a collective. That was a collective unit.
Okay. So
today,
I'm not gonna talk about history because I got.
But today we're too. But today we're too busy focusing on how much we don't need each other.
It's different. Yeah, it's a different.
I mean,
thing.
you hear that all the time. Rico, you can shake your head, but I hear it all the time. I'm a strong Black woman, and I don't need no man. And then I hear Black men all the time say, I don't need no woman, or I don't need no Black men. And let me be also, I want to be clear that we are all speaking in generality. So I know the chat's like, oh, she's bringing him heat and all this other stuff. Absolutely. But hey, listen, married as shit. 10-year reunion this year, or 10-year anniversary this year, and my wife is a brown-skinned, beautiful Black woman. So don't get it twisted in these streets. Well, it's a conversation.
You know what I'm doing is I'm challenging these men, and I really want to hear what they have to say, But also what I'm saying to Black women is that you all need to take note and realize when some people don't support you and when they don't prefer you. And we have to accept that. That's what it is. If you want to be in those manosphere spaces and you know that those men don't support you and they don't prefer you, why are you continuing to be participants in those spaces?
But
you
Juana,
all are making them rich. You all are the reason why they have a voice. If you didn't support them, they would not have a voice. Hi, Kim.
I wanted to speak on what Rico said. I disagree with Rico. We are holding each other accountable. I think the manosphere is holding women accountable. I mean, the definition of accountable is to justify, get the other person to justify their actions or decisions. You have to be able to justify your conduct, your actions, why you're acting this way. They are holding women accountable.
Well, all they're doing is verbally bashing women. They don't hold us accountable.
I don't agree with.
Here's what I do. I am actually telling Black women to stop supporting them. That's holding them accountable.
Listen, do you
stop
honestly,
reading with them and stop supporting
them.
Let's
be honest. Let's have a moment of truth. Do you honestly believe that's all you hear is women bashing? That's all you hear?
Yes.
I don't agree with that.
I have something I want to say, because we say bashing a lot. How come it's never bashing when it's in any way, any criticism, no matter how hard it is to hear, it's never bashing when it comes to men. But somehow it's always bashing when it comes to women. I'm not saying that some of it's not.
But they don't claim it, Rico. They don't claim that it's bashing. Women don't claim that it's bashing. They don't claim it.
They do.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what they do.
But you're the minority, Juana. You're the minority.
All of them saying that is a large majority.
Let one person talk at a time, because I want to hear what everybody got to say. Rico.
No, that was just my point. I've never heard a man say, "Oh my God, they were bashing me." You've never heard a man talk about bashing, but somehow, and in any way, whatever shape or form that looks like, telling that man that he needs to get to the next level or to improve in whatever shape or form that looks like, you don't hear men talking about that's bashing. But somehow women are interpreting it.
Let me finish, because I wanted to address.
Let me answer him though, because Black men are the only ones who do this. They always compare themselves to women. Can you compare yourself to another group of men? Because I do think that
I don't hear white men. I don't hear Asian men. I've never heard a man say I've been bashed. I've never heard that in my life.
You always compare what women do to what men do, and you guys do that consistently.
I'm saying I'm gonna give you that argument because I can't refute it. Now I'm gonna compare all men. I've never heard any man ever on the face.
But y'all don't need to operate the way we operate, because men are different. Y'all have made that very clear.
Let me jump in for a second.
No, but I'm talking about men now.
The gentleman next to you, Juana, I don't want to mess your name up.
His name LB or
next
LB?
to you.
AJ.
AJ. I'm sorry, AJ.
Okay. So, again, I want to confirm and validate what you said there and said when you said about women say men ain't crap, blah blah blah. 100%, I agree with you. I don't disagree with it. And just for full transparency, I'm 57 years old. I don't know the age of the other people, but I've been around a little bit.
You look great for 57, my brother. I wouldn't have guessed it.
I've been hearing that all 57 years of my life. I've been through 2 Black ex-wives. Now I'm married to a Hispanic woman. It never mattered to us what women said. It just didn't. What do we care? Women will be 57 years from now. You will still have Black women saying they don't need a man, but still out there looking for one. If you knew what you could disregard what they said behind how they moved and what they aspired for. Because at the same time they said they didn't need a man, every Friday night when I went to the club, half of them was in there looking for a damn man. So it really just didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know why you
Rico, space. I got something to add too. When you're done.
Why you get so hung up on the language that women use when you already said they're emotional, so they're speaking emotionally.
Everybody's emotional.
Hung up on blah 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 blah. I was like, yeah, whatever. All my life, I just grew up like they crazy, whatever. We just never fed into it because as a man, we knew like, look, this is just how women are. So I agree with you 1,000%. They always did. I just don't know why you guys are hung. They're going to say it for the next 157 years, but they ain't going to mean that shit because their actions will show you clearly they want and desire the company of Black men. Full stop. So if we're going to get hung up over the language, we're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
You know?
And I could
And
offer.
I know it doesn't feel good. Let me finish. I know it doesn't
Sure.
feel good. I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one like, you know, it doesn't feel good. But you just got to like, as men, I think you should just tune that things out. And when they talk about men being better, you should just be, I've never gotten better for a woman. I just did what I wanted to do. And the woman that wanted me, I never had a problem in my life getting a woman.
Okay.
They would always come. Now, sometimes I think some men simply try to punch above their weight. And then they want to sit there and they want to classify. And I've done that too, try to punch above my weight. But I can't say because I'm punching above my weight and the people above my weight don't like me when I knew all the people in my weight class was chasing after my ass.
You trying to call men average at best? I'm just saying it sounds kind of hypocritical, my friend.
No. But I'm telling you,
Thank you,
Information
Man. I want to shout out to Information Man. Thank you so much. Go follow that channel. He is a Black man that puts statistics out there that are truly facts, that are absolutely good information that really I think a lot of men should listen to and follow. But go ahead, Rico, because I want LB to respond, and then I know AJ.
I mean that was just about it. I just wanted.
Hold on, let me bring CYP on. Hey, CYP.
Just gotta
hey.
We got to be careful about ascribing all this negativity to women. And I think for the most part, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, to include the red pill space, the blue pill space, I think most men, we need to learn ourselves better. We do. We need to really learn ourselves. So people often talks about red flags, and I'll ask any gentleman on this panel, do you look at the red flags within self? Because I had to learn to do that as I was going through life. I was like, I have red flags in me about me, and I'm oftentimes looking at the red flags in others, and I need to learn the red flags in myself that's causing me to get in these toxic relationships, because the woman's not bad. It's just we don't match. And I'm trying to force something that doesn't belong. If I have a bad experience, then I'm going to blame it on all women, and that's a cop-out.
They don't want to hear that, Rico.
We gotta look.
Go ahead, LB. They don't want to hear that, Rico. It's a Black woman. She's too masculine and she is too educated for me. She's doing this, doing that. They don't want to hear that. But go ahead, LB. I would love to hear. Go ahead, LB. What you got to say? I would love to hear this. And then CYP. AJ, I want you to respond because I know you had a response, and then I'll let CYP go.
Rico, you were talking about in your day. Like things that are how they were in your day. And I believe back in your day, you guys taught them in a lot. I had a bunch of people from your time to tell me as I was growing up, how things were, or how things are. As a man, you're the man. You go down and you work. You work and you focus on yourself. You X, Y, and Z. But I think what changed in your day in our day now is that the media has changed, messages have changed. The things that the women are being told and the women are subscribing to, they are changing them. And though the game doesn't change, the people do. The people in the game does.
You know what I'm not gonna let you do, LB, is blame women. Because let me say this, okay?
But you didn't let me cook, Juana. I'm not gonna
mute you right now because you cannot get on my damn panel and blame no goddamn women about why men is doing something. Because men are men. You should be able to protect your community. Get wealth, get resources, bring them into the community. What are you talking about? No legislation is stopping men from taking over their communities and doing what they got to do. And no woman can truly make a masculine man submit to her. What are you saying? That's what I'm saying.
Juana, I'm not going off and saying it's all women's fault.
You guys have taken the masculine role, and I'm muting you because I'm tired of it. You all have taken the feminine role, and you guys want us to be masculine. We have no choice. Look at what you're saying. Look at the men. Look at what they're doing. Every chance they get, they blame a woman for why they in the situation they in. Ain't no legislation stopping y'all from doing what y'all need to do. Black men, y'all can get where y'all need to go. Stop using that oppression shit. It's so old. It's tired. Y'all are not fucking oppressed in 2021. Stop it. 2022. I'm sorry. Stop it. The only people oppressing y'all is y'all.
What the fuck?
I wasn't blaming women, Juana.
Yes,
I wasn't blaming women. No, I did not say it was all women's fault. I did not say that. I did not say that.
Okay, L.
That's a gaslight. I did not say that. That's a gaslight. I did not say that.
Okay, let me let AJ go because I really want CYP to say his piece. Go ahead, AJ.
Oh my God, this has been fucking amazing. I'm sorry, I gotta, LB, bro, don't diss, but you can't. Hold on, hold on.
Let me say
God
this.
dang it, Tawana.
Let me say this. I know y'all not used to this, Juana, but let me tell y'all that I have changed my entire focus, and I am tired of the bullshit because we're not gonna get nowhere coddling black men. I'm sorry. It's been happening for 20, 30 years, and we still in the same situation we in. We dying in our communities every 5 hours. Stop it. I am done. I am done coddling y'all. Y'all need to get it together. Black men need to take leadership and stop telling women they masculine when y'all feminine.
Juana, so y'all perfect then. Yo, there's nothing else anybody can say about women. You guys are perfect. It's all us.
Man.
It's all us.
All right, now I gotta work tomorrow.
Stop
Shoot.
telling us we're masculine when y'all are being feminine.
It's all you. It's all us.
No. Y'all gonna let me get my point out, or I'm just gonna start typing up titles up here.
I gotta agree with what Freezy was
let
saying.
AJ go so CYP can go as well, y'all.
Right, yeah. Hey, but also it's dope to meet CYP officially. Hey, so first thing is, LB came in here, came for Juana, and got turned on. Okay, that's
I know you like that, right? That's crazy, right? That's crazy.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I'm like both sides are responsible,
Exactly.
and she's like, no,
and she's like, no. So see, she just showed you that black women. No, I'm kidding. So now the next thing, the only thing I wanted to address, and I'm gonna let CYP cook. Rico hit a point about men punching above their weight. My man, you actually just fed the red pill community their meat with that comment, because that is specifically what the popular channels in the red pill community talk about, is women punching above their weight. The women that want the millions, the 6 figures, 6 foot, and that whole purpose of that space is, if I've got all of these resources, if I look this good and I have all of this, then I can get exactly what I want. So that's the only point. You hit the nail on the head, right? There are a lot of men punching above their weight, trying to go after things that, hey, look, you might want to just, rock with somebody on your level. You're absolutely right. But those spaces are specifically designed today for that, because I want to go, what Red Pill said earlier was, it was about just men kind of holding each other accountable and, that type of stuff. But anyway, I'm done. I want to hear CYP cook, so I'm good.
Let me just say, before you go, I agree with you. You're right. I omitted that part. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm muted.
And I
Hold
I
on,
agree
Rico.
with that point.
Hold on, Rico, because I did tell CYP he can go next, and I got something to say to what AJ just said. Actually, I got some smoke for him too. Go ahead, CYP.
Smoke for everybody, man.
Oh, look. First off, this is a good show. This is a good show, right?
Thank you.
But
this
what I gotta do,
this is my boss, y'all, on another channel. I just want y'all to know that. So he, I gotta give him respect. So follow him on Mr. CYP, because we go on Wednesdays on his show. Go ahead, CYP.
I gotta look. I love you, right? But in honor of the fellas, y'all know I'm a fellas kind of dude. I think you dry snitching up here. That's what I think she's doing, fellas. Let me tell you why I say that. She over here trying to get people not to give us no play because we ain't shit. Because as soon as a black woman got something going on with her, they treat her like shit. She like, man, look, he got 2 baby mamas. I got 2 kids. He got 2 baby mamas. Why you want to date him but don't want to date me? So for me, I get where you coming from. I definitely get where you coming from. It ain't fair out here in these streets. It ain't fair. My motto is, it's controversy as it sounds. My show is controversy correct, so I say some controversial shit. But listen to this. I think that we need to start loving baby mamas a little more. The reason why I say that is this. Do y'all know that our population is dwindling? And without the baby mamas having these babies, we literally will have no power in the future. As bad as it may sound, however we got to get these babies out, I want to get them out. I hate to say it, because I'm telling you right now, I would not be born without baby mamas. My parents were not married. I know I know a lot of my friends, a lot of my family, a lot of people that I know personally that would not be here without if they had to be married to have us. I don't want to do a round robin on this show, but at least I would think that maybe one or two of y'all parents wasn't married when they had you. Shit. And I love you all. I don't want y'all disappearing. And to be honest with you, that's just how I feel about that. It's controversial with the sound, man. Hey, get you a baby mama, raise that kid, have you a new kid, and then raise a nuclear family. That's my advice, because I don't want everybody else overtaking us. I don't want to look forward to 20 years and every community I go to, it's a couple of us. Because I live in Chino Hills, California. Ain't too many black people here, right? And it bothers me because I'm from Compton, California. And even in Compton, ain't as many black people as y'all think in Compton. I know y'all might think it's a lot. It's a lot more Latinos in Compton than y'all really want, than y'all really know. I think that a lot of people get confused because we're so polarizing. We're so popular. We're so loud that people think it's more of us than it actually is. It's not that many of us. Like, we are. Keep getting on the baby mamas. This is what I'm going to say. Lastly, I only wanted 5 minutes. Y'all listen to you might be a little mad about this.
I ain't gonna be mad. You know, I'm just gonna respond appropriately. That's all.
Put your seatbelts on, y'all. Put your seatbelts on.
Look, out of all the women that I'll be around, like, my business is mainly focused around athletes and women. So I talk to women every day. That's how I get my topic content. I know what they think about it, I feel about it before I bring it to y'all. I've never seen, and this is true, another group of women from Asian, Mexican to white, whatever you want to call it, where they're promoted to be just as good or better than their men. Never. In our community, a lot of time we notice our women are promoted to be just as good or better than us. We're the only race that do that, where we put our men and our women against each other. When it comes to income, we are the closest in income between men and women of any other race. We're the closest. And literally, if they start catching up to us, we're going to have to deal with something that no other race ever had to deal with. No black, white, whatever. Nobody's had to deal with their women making just as much as them. Yeah. The white men had to do that. Asian men ain't got to do that. Indian men ain't got to do that. We close, man. So we already having problems. So imagine what kind of problems it's going to bring if we don't start stepping our game up and getting our money up, and they keep earning their money up. If you think they're hard to deal with now, fellas, imagine when they start making more money than us. Look, I'm shooting out a warning sign. Help us. I'll make more money than my wife.
Y'all only make 2,000 more than us.
Look how close it is.
Look at that. Look at that. That's what you said.
We're more educated. We're just as educated. So here's the thing, though. I'm so happy you said that, CYP, because it goes to the same point that I'm going to make about what AJ just said. And that is that Black women are expected to have low expectations. We are expected to lower our standards for Black men instead of you guys stepping up and leveling up. And that is ridiculous, because every other race of men exceed their women. You're absolutely right. And you all are significantly behind most men. But you guys want us to dummy down, stop being educated, stop taking advantage of opportunities so that you guys can rise above us. That is ridiculous. And this is why I tell Black women that you guys do not have our best interest, because you would not tell us to do that to ourselves in order for you to be better. That is crazy to me. Don't know, Black women, y'all better listen, take note. Y'all heard this on my channel, that these men are telling y'all to dummy down, not take advantage of resources so that they can be better than us, because they refuse to step up to the plate. Black men refuse to step up to the plate, and they want us to continue to coddle them.
I don't think
that's ridiculous, y'all.
That's disingenuous.
No, I know you heard what CYP and AJ just said. Oh, no. Y'all need to mute now.
I know you did not invite me to this panel to put words in our mouth. That's a bold-faced lie.
Let's mute everybody on the panel, because y'all heard what CYP and AJ just said. I responded to it, and now y'all saying it's disingenuous. No, you guys need to level up. How about you give Black men resources so that they can meet us or exceed us? We want our Black men to, but we are not going to rest in complicit in oppression like you guys have. We are not going to do it.
What I got from what CYP said, I didn't get that. What I got was, I don't think Black men are giving pushback that Black women are giving.
Yes, yes, they are. Freezy, don't you get up here and talk.
Let me finish.
Yes, the hell they are.
Let me finish.
Yes, the hell they are.
One that echo chamber.
They doing exactly what CYP said.
I'm gonna tell you what I hear. What I hear is black men aren't giving black women pushback for getting educated. They're giving black women pushback for getting educated and then using that education as a reason to
a barometer.
Yeah, a barometer,
Yeah.
exactly. As a reason to be more validated than the man that they're with.
Okay,
That's not right.
Freezy, can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
What other race of women, and even when white women prefer black men, what is the common denominator?
Say one more time.
When white women, Hispanic women, other women of other cultures prefer white men, why is it? What is the common denominator with those black men? I mean, when they prefer black men, why do they prefer the black men that they are dating?
Oh wait, why do they prefer?
Think about Kobe's wife. Think about the women who date black men. Why do they prefer those black men?
Oh, other races of women.
Why?
Probably because he's high on the financial status.
Okay, because of his economics. So why is it that black women are called gold diggers for having the same requirements?
They're gold diggers too.
Oh, but you guys don't disgrace those women. They okay with those women accepting them for their money. But when black women want to date a man who's doing better than her, she is a gold digger. And she is shamed and criticized, so she should accept less.
That's because with the white girl, at least they get a sandwich.
See, black women, this is what I'm telling y'all. They want us to accept.
Okay, but listen. What's the
That's the minority, Juana. That's not the majority. That's the minority. That's the minority.
I don't think any man here has. I don't think any man.
The whole damn panel. Because
no, I don't think any man said anything about black women. Don't you want to have a conversation? Freezy is right. Where no one is saying don't, because somebody said like damn my light or something like that. If you want to do this, go ahead.
I can't hear you, Red Pill. Talk up because I don't know who somebody's I don't know their microphone is giving like a echo. Can you hear that? Y'all hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Let me mute. I think it's somebody's microphone. Okay. I think it's you, AJ, because I just muted you and I can't hear. Okay, go ahead, Red Pill. He's like, it's not.
All I'm saying is that, man, you were trying to put words in my mouth. All I was saying is that I agree with Freezy. It's hard to see because what most people, they gravitate towards is the conflict, and that provides entertainment value. So I think most of the people that I watch, and there are some red people out there on some BS. I'm not saying that is not a fact. What I am saying is that is not the majority. You don't hear PMP bashing women or mediocre tutorials and reviews.
See, I can't listen to you because you're trying to tell black women that it's okay to support these red pill fools, and it's not.
No, I'm not saying
all of them are against you. They all are against black women. I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about disingenuous. I'm not even talking about women right now. I'm not even talking about you. Not listening. I'm not. I didn't say nothing about a woman.
Go ahead. What you saying? I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're just saying that the red pill spaces in general.
Yeah, I'm saying what I agree. I want to back up what Freezy said about these red pill spaces. What they do is they tell you to be the best version of yourself first. You cannot complain about women if you are not trying to get yourself in order. I'm not saying all of them do that. I'm not saying that some of them are not some BS. What? I can't hear you.
I still hear the echo a little bit, and I muted AJ, so I don't know who it is. But go ahead, Red Pill, because I want to hear what you got to say, but it's a weird echo. Okay.
Gotta go.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. And I'm gonna get on what he said too. But yeah, we're gonna thank you.
That's smoke for everybody, man.
Thank you. Yeah, thank y'all for proving my point. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Carlos, for showing me exactly how black men see black women. Go ahead. Thank you. That's so y'all black women. I'm just trying to expose y'all so y'all can really stop glorifying and male worshiping these black men. Y'all need to stop it. Stop it. Because they don't worship us. Go ahead, Red Pill.
All I'm saying is that it's kind of you just inherently you just proved my point. I didn't even mention the word woman. You said, see, y'all black women don't listen to him because blah blah blah. I ain't say nothing about a woman.
I'm just giving them advice based on what you said. I don't care what you said. I'm just telling them that they need to take note of what you said because it's related to us. It's not about black women. But go ahead, Jake.
But that's what I'm saying. My entire point literally didn't involve women at all. It was completely focused on men. I was just reinforcing the point that Freezy made.
I didn't hear you. Go ahead. What did you say?
That's what I'm saying.
I was responding to what CYP said. I'm sorry. I was still focused on what he said because he just made me, he just made me really go there. So
that's what I'm saying. And that this is not a shot at you, but like when people get triggered, that like anything, like I could say, I could trigger you, right? And then even if the next thing I say is like 125 great, amazing points that would help you become a better version of yourself, you are not going to be receptive to that information. And it is a lot of holding women accountable, and people are going to say it's bashing. I don't agree that it's bashing. But what I will say is that if you tell...
I'm not triggered. And see, that's a common misconception. I'm not triggered at all, because
you just told me you were so triggered you couldn't even hear that I didn't even mention women.
I'm not triggered at all, because I don't really.
Okay, what would you call it? Maybe triggered is not the right word.
I don't need male validation.
Heated.
And no matter.
Okay.
This is the thing. This is the thing. I know I'm not a preference for Black men, and I don't need male validation.
Where are you getting this information from? Why would you think that?
I know what y'all say, and I'm not Eurocentric. I'm too masculine for y'all and too educated, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. And I make too much money for y'all, so y'all think I'm masculine and y'all don't want me. But I'm okay with not being a preference for Black men, so I am not triggered by what y'all say, and I don't need y'all for validation. What I'm trying to do is make sure that Black women are listening to what y'all are saying, so that they can make a connection and decide who they're going to support and who they're going to let exploit them. That's all I'm saying. That's the only thing that I'm saying. That's my point.
You're right about that listening, though. You're right about that listening, because they don't listen. They keep talking. Look, they talk. You know, they talk when they're talking with a man talking, just like you doing right now. So you right about listening. They gotta listen first before they speak.
That's what I was saying. It's just now, I don't listen. I don't want to get hung up on semantics, because I want to focus on a solution.
Go ahead.
Listen, I don't want to get hung up on semantics, because I want to focus on a solution. Triggered or heated or whatever you want to call. When I said something that you didn't like, it was very hard for you to receive and listen to the information that I was trying to say.
You know what y'all do, Red Pill? Y'all weaponize our emotions. Y'all like to weaponize our emotions.
I'm not using it as a weapon.
That's what
I'm talking about anybody
who
gets
show that I
emotional
was emotional,
whether that be
that's a problem.
This is not a woman
like
thing. If
to
you
do
are,
that.
no.
This ain't Lapeef Let's Talk, Juana. This ain't Lapeef Let's Talk. It's your show. It's your show. This ain't Lapeef.
Listen, if you get
okay, go ahead,
that point goes harder for men. If you a man and you can't control your emotions, you really need to get in check. That is not me weaponizing anything against women or not. Like, if you are a man and you can't control your emotions, you need to get that in check. Like,
have you been in these YouTube spaces? They don't control their emotions. They are more.
I'm not saying that a lot of them don't. I agree.
Yeah, they're more feminine.
Get out of frame and they get emotional about something. That's valid. I'm not disagreeing with that. Okay. All I'm saying is, whatever you want to call what you just did, you really just said, "Oh, I'm sorry. It was hard for me to hear you," because after what he said, whether you want to call it trigger, whether you want to call it getting heated, whatever. If we want to be solution oriented, we also should try to communicate those solutions better. But I'm talking about in terms of finding a solution. If I'm not, I should try to communicate as best I can. But B, if you are not even trying to be receptive to the information and try to like take it and reflect on it and be like, okay, these are my thoughts on it, then we could never reach a solution.
And a lot of these me personally, or you just saying in general?
Women, Black women in general.
This is a human thing. This is not a man thing. It's not a woman thing. It's not a Black thing. This is a growth thing. And what Freezy said about a lot of these red pill channel stuff, a lot of them do highlight you need to be the best version of yourself. You need to get to the bag. You need to work out.
What we're not going to do is promote the red pill manosphere on my face.
Red pill. I think it is more about.
I have a question for you, Juan. I have a question for you when we're all done.
Okay, LB, I'm good. I'll take some questions.
Can I ask them a couple of terms so we can get an understanding of what they're talking about?
Yes, let's define. What terms
are you guys?
Freezy, the first time you mentioned, because you went back to it again, and I don't think we're defining the term correctly when you said accountability. You said the red pill space hold women accountable. How? What is that? You know, again, as me and Juana said, it's just still judgment. It's just still a history.
If I can chime in,
because can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Well, accountable means making someone justify their actions or their decisions.
Okay.
You know, so calling out an action, calling out, an action or display of action, whatever, and trying to get that person to justify it. Why are you acting like that? Why are you acting in such a manner? That is holding somebody accountable.
Okay, but is it okay? At that point, you just said that to Juana, and she said so.
Say it again now.
You just said something to Juana, and she said so. She don't care what you said. She said so. Where's the accountability? That's what I'm getting at. Because
can I ask a question?
Because again, accountability requires consequences. and there's no consequences that you can apply to a woman in that space if she's just not receiving.
I disagree. I disagree.
as well.
Because listen, Rico, listen. You just hypothetically made a situation with Tawana saying so, right?
Right, yes.
Okay, if Tawana says so on this platform, all the men that's watching this platform are going to understand the danger and the poison in indulging in a relationship like that. You're not going to get anywhere.
The poison. We are the one that's poison.
Hey, pause. Pause. Wait a minute.
1 minute, you guys. How can a group of men who are not accountable in their own community hold us accountable for anything? What exactly can you hold us accountable for?
See, that's the problem there, though.
No, that ain't no problem. Just
I
have this. Let me say the definition of accountability is an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's actions.
Yes.
And if
so there has to be willingness.
Not the person going on a public platform to bash you repeatedly over and over again. That is not accountability. Accountability is me saying, hey, this is my part in what has happened.
No. Holding somebody accountable is calling it out.
No, that is not. That is not.
That is not
accountability. Because let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I say that.
See how we're conflating it and changing it? It's like the definition was just read. First from Webster's dictionary.
That's not what you read, is it, sir?
Listen, go to accountable.
But LB, to your point, that's not what it said. It didn't say what he's saying. It's hold them to the torch and shame them. That's not what accountability.
No, I didn't say shame them. What I'm saying.
But that's what y'all do in the manosphere.
I read a definition and it's saying, getting somebody to justify their actions. That's one of the.
She didn't justify it. She said so.
Okay, but
that's accountability. That's not accountability. That's blame. You see what Tristan just said? That's the truth. I'm sorry. It's just the truth.
Well, what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
We pointing fingers. We're all pointing fingers, men and women alike.
But pointing fingers is not accountability.
This is a great question. Why don't red pill men get together and hold other men accountable?
And the other question, I only have one other question.
No, y'all don't.
Freezy said, me and Freezy can both see that. But because people are so triggered,
that's fine. That's why I was trying to ask to get a frame of reference. The question I wanted to ask you, Red Pill Hustle, was I'm trying to understand when that space talks about being the best version.
Rico, I think that's your line it's got some feedback. I don't know is that Rico or is that somebody else? Everybody else just mute right quick and let me make sure. Okay, go ahead, Rico. It's not Rico. It's somebody else. There's some feedback in the background, guys.
So the only reason why I'm saying is I'm trying to get, because I hear this repeated also, and I kind of understand it, but I'm trying to get a definition from someone from the red pill space, because when I keep hearing them say, be the best version of themselves, which I don't have any problem with, I'm like, okay, that sounds like so normal to me. Like just like some normal shit that an 8-year-old as you raising your child just to be. I'm like, why does it take what is it that's so special about the red pill space to say a man to be the best version of themselves? When I'm like, isn't that what every man in the world is doing? Those that are in the space and not
even women. We want to be the best version of ourselves.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just trying to say, like, in other words, the men in the red pill space would not be the best version of themselves unless they was in that space. That's what I'm trying to get at? It's like, if
Rico, let me tell you what the red pill. Let me tell you what the red pill is. I'll tell you what the red pill is. Red pill is, in its simplest form, is women's sins coming up to root. Just like men have our own stuff, and we hear from women. It's just men saying what they hear from women. That's all it is. And let's just be real, it's just all people upset with each other and never coming to no solutions, no nothing.
Space to vent.
Let me I agree with that.
Wait, can I say something real quick to answer Rico's question?
JT, do you have anything to say on this issue? Because I do want to move on to the next question, and you guys can think about the question. I have it down at the bottom. Are we accountable for the type of information that we put on YouTube? And not just you, I mean, in general, the people who have YouTube spaces and the people who are controlling the narratives, are they accountable for that? Meaning that when backlash happens, I'm sorry, somebody go ahead and mute. I don't know.
That's a long question.
Okay, wait. When people are in these spaces, and things happen, for instance, I was on a platform where my narrative was being pushed that I was like a man hater, and so then men came on the panel, or men called in and like called me out my name and really like talked about me in a negative way, but no man stood up for me. Again, no man protected me in that space. So, and I protected myself, which I was fine. I don't expect you to, but I just see how, men will stay complacent, like they will actually cower when there's a more submissive man or a more aggressive man, right, around. So
well, they don't cower when
they cower. They cower.
No, listen.
They cower.
Listen.
Yes, the hell they do. Okay, you just told me my story.
Wait, listen, Tawana. They don't cower. You say submissive man.
Or alpha male. I'm sorry, a more alpha male or a more aggressive male. Because what y'all think is alpha is not alpha. I'm talking about y'all meaning black men. What y'all agree? Because I don't know one alpha male in the black. If you don't have no wealth, no resources, no social power, how can you be alpha? But okay, whatever. I'll just let y'all have that alpha title because y'all trying to prove who alpha, but y'all don't even have the resources to be an alpha in our community. But anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Can I make a point, please?
Can you answer that
later? Let's talk about the type of information that's being put out on YouTube. Okay. And I mean, if y'all want to go ahead and finish up that conversation, I will more than happy.
Well, I just want to.
You was asking me the question to finish, but like always, you know, you're not listening. You're talking.
Okay, go ahead, JT. I'm listening now.
I mean, so you're trying to move on to another question, but you said, do I have something to say about this?
Here's the thing, JT, though. When y'all come on my show and I'm talking about men, y'all think y'all can mansplain or tell me how to run my channel. And let me tell you this, okay, JT, this is my channel, okay? And I run the narrative and the communication. I'm sorry, I know this is not y'all's world. Y'all used to being dominant over women. But here's the thing, y'all not dominant over women in this space, okay? This is my space. You come on this space and I control
Yes, ma'am. So that's better, yes, ma'am. So I'm trying to answer your question, though.
Okay,
you asked me a question.
Or tell me how to run my channel. This is how it's going to run. If you don't like it, guess what?
You can answer the question by how she wants you to answer it.
No, I don't want him to answer it how I want him to answer it. You can answer it however you want to, but you can't tell me how to run my space. Y'all can't tell me who to ask and who not to ask and who to mute and what to do and this, that, and the third. Listen. I am going to do it how I want to do it. And I would love for y'all to give y'all honest opinion because that's why I have this space. I want to hear what men have to say. I want to hear y'all honest opinions about these questions.
But Wanda, that's true. That's true. I did want to ask you a question earlier and I didn't get to ask it.
Okay, let JT respond first because JT really came on and he wanted to respond, and then I would gladly answer y'all questions because I know y'all got some fire for me, and I'm ready today for the smoke. So
we just gonna move on to the next question.
Okay,
we'll move on to the next question.
Oh, you don't want to talk about it no more, JT?
I was trying to, but you said what you said. We're gonna move on to the next question.
Okay, great. So here's the thing: are we accountable for the type of information that we put out on YouTube? And that is all of the things that we're discussing, these divesting women, the women who are saying to leave black men alone, the black men who are bashing black women, all of these things that are happening on these YouTube spaces. How do you guys feel about that? And should people be more accountable? Or is that even necessary? Right? I guess I'm asking, like, are there boundaries or is all fair?
Well, I mean, it's all opinion, right? I mean,
no.
Yeah, it's I mean, because you can, like, I can create me a YouTube channel today and say what I want to say. Nobody can, just like you just said, this is your channel. So I mean, everybody's at their own leisure to make their own content. You understand what I'm saying? But the big problem here is, you know, like I want to touch on Rico. The big problem here is, of course, the man can be the best version of himself. The woman can be the best version of herself, right? But let's ask ourselves the big question. What's the best version of a relationship between a man and a woman or a marriage? What's the best version of that? The best version of that is for the man to be the leader and the woman to know how to follow this man. That's just, I'm just breaking it down in its simplest terms.
I was just asking about the best version of yourself. I wasn't thinking in relationship.
But this is the problem though. Right. This is the problem. We should be talking about that. We should be talking about families staying together, men staying in the home. This is why we got Pookie and Ray. We don't have any guidance. You understand what I'm saying?
But what about the people that are not in relationships? Aren't the red pill space talking to them?
That's true.
Both.
Yeah, but they're talking
of themselves.
They're talking to them on how to better equip themselves to last in a long-standing relationship. You understand what I'm saying? They're trying to equip the women and the men on bettering themselves, so when they do meet in the middle, come together, it's a more of a healthy relationship. That's the whole point of this whole thing.
Okay, so red pill is a relationship space. I just want to.
That's how I'm looking at it.
That's all it is. It's about
freezing.
That's
how we go.
Okay.
Freezing. How we go?
I thought we just.
You know what? You know what though? You know what, Rico? You got to come back next week, because guess what? Next week we're gonna talk about this red pill stuff, and then I'm gonna dedicate the entire 2 hours to debunking every stupid statistic they put out. So let's talk about that. No, and I'm gonna. Black women,
it was about relationships.
Listen, black women, y'all come back, because all of this stuff that they talking about, this red pill space, I can't wait to tell y'all why y'all should not support them and why they are exploiting y'all. So let's talk about this in great detail, but let's Freezy, I get where you're going, but I want to change gears.
Okay.
Because I want to change gears because we'll talk about this. I know that Rico said a lot, and I hope Rico can come back next Sunday so he can really get into it. Okay, go ahead. You can answer the question, and then let's move on.
You're right, Freezy. You have the right to talk about what you want, but we are all responsible for what we say. So it's not like, because if you say something that could stoke people to go out and do something reckless and cause other people harm, you can be held responsible for that. You just can't go. I mean, I'll be quickly. Twitter took the fucking president of the United States off because of what he says. You just can't. These platforms are not owned by us.
It's controlled.
This channel is not Juana's. This is YouTube. They simply gave her a space. And if she said something crazy and reckless,
Freezy, that's your feedback. That's your Can you mute? Maybe you got to turn YouTube off in the background. I don't know if you have it on or turn it down, because that's what it is. That's why I keep hearing an echo. Go ahead.
But if Juana says something reckless or crazy, YouTube will turn her ass off tomorrow. So we are that's all I'm just saying is I'm not telling nobody what to say. I'm just saying I don't think you can say whatever you want without any consequences, because that's not true. And we should be responsible anyway, morally.
Right.
If you're speaking to the community and you're so-called you're saying speech to help the community, be careful about what you say. So I hate when I'm constantly fighting back against people throwing out bullshit stats that they just pulled out of their ass, that's not evidence-based, unsubstantiated, and just totally made up, because there are lots of those going around.
That's right.
And we got to be careful, because it paints a false narrative, men against women, even women against men. It's both sides. Both sides do it, but they'll just make it up, and nobody facts check. Now, I had somebody the other day threw out a stat that said that the first slave owner in America was a black man. Bullshit. Because nobody follows it up. There was a black man.
And people say stuff like this in the space.
People say that all the time.
It's like,
it's wildly
not validated.
Irresponsible.
Right.
And people, they know that their audience won't check it.
Right.
And it was grossly irresponsible to say that. So you're painting a narrative that the first slave owner in America was black people. So that justifies what white people did. That's bullshit.
Crazy.
Yeah, but how can you stop irresponsibility though?
I'm not saying I can stop it. I'm just saying that the person that said it is responsible for it. So if there's any repercussions, they can't go, well, I was just talking. Nah, I don't want to hear that shit.
Freezy, I think he's saying the same thing that you were saying about accountability. If you say something egregious on a public platform, you need to be held accountable. I think we're all on the same page.
I said you need to be responsible. I didn't say you need to be held accountable. The accountability.
I was paraphrasing. I know you don't like that word, but I like that word.
I said we are all responsible for what we say, and if there are consequences, you have to live with it. That roll the tape.
So
that's exactly what I said. I can't hold on accountable for nothing.
Right.
But if they shut her shit down, oh well. That's on you, sis.
Okay. So Rico do believe that we should be held accountable for what we say on YouTube, because they do hold us accountable. They have community standards, they have rules, they have codes of conduct to be followed. So if they can hold us accountable, why don't we hold ourselves accountable? But go ahead. I want to hear what y'all got to say, what you got to say, Red Pill, because I know you have some stuff to say about that.
No, not really. I mean, are we accountable for what we say and do, or responsible, whatever words you want to use to both, synonymous with each other? Of course. You can't just say anything like egregious on a public platform, even in private or at your workplace. You can't just do whatever and say whatever you want. Yeah, of course. You need to be held accountable.
Don't you think that people do that, though? They do that in these spaces all the time.
Do they? I would say a lot of times, because YouTube will get you, YouTube will let you get, are we talking about YouTube in these spaces?
Well, I'm just talking about YouTube right now, the YouTube culture.
Oh, well, I mean, they do to an extent, because you know what kind of words you have to say. You're going to get demonetized. So it's really all about the dollar bill. I mean, if I can get away with saying that, something crazy, egregious, but it's entertainment value, right? Like, so to the, the Fresh and Fit thing, like I would attribute half of their blow up to the production value, which first off, I don't even mess with, Fresh and Fit. So I'm just saying, but I would attribute a lot of it to production value and a lot of it to just kicking girls out on the street, because guys are like, oh, he just kicked her out. Like, they're like, oh, that's hilarious, right? So I would attribute it to those.
A lot of people are doing it for the bag and for the money.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but you are responsible for what you say and do. Absolutely. I mean, there's no way around that. That's in life. That's in YouTube. That's anywhere you go.
LB, you had a question for me. I'm sorry, I overlooked you. Oh, he got off. Okay, go ahead. Someone who got the next one. He comes back. I'll give him the space.
But I mean, look at YouTube. Different
I saw your comment, AJ, in the chat. So I want you to speak to this whole idea of accountability and information that's being put out on YouTube, and what you think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We are. Everybody is in some way. Actually, you are 100% responsible for what you put out there, because there's the other piece to it too, is understanding how big your audience may or may not be, or who's going to see it. The part. There is a thin line between out here trying to get bags and clicks and views and not caring about what damage you could potentially be doing out in society versus just getting the bag, right? There's a lot of folks that don't care about what they're doing and what they're putting out. It's literally all about the controversy. It's the YouTube beefs. It's the back and forth. It's the screaming at each other. I'll be, hey, and I'm not trying to take a shot at you, Juana, but it's kind of a little sub here. But these wouldn't even be as spicy if you weren't jumping all over everybody when folks have stuff to say, right? It wouldn't be as spicy. It wouldn't be as enjoyable. I mean, that's why I'm over here laughing my behind off, because this is fucking great.
Too.
Like, I love it. It's phenomenal. Please do. I think it's great.
I'm like, it's super real though. I'm serious.
But it is. But it's phenomenal.
Like this in person,
yeah.
like for real.
Yeah, but we in the last show that I was on, that I came up here, I said everywhere I'm at in these YouTube spaces, which isn't as often as it used to be in the past, I represent me authentically, no matter what. No matter what. I don't play a character. Everything, look, I got Star Wars and nerd shit all over this place behind me. Everything that's the antithesis to what's supposed to be cool, I couldn't care less.
You know what, though? I want to talk about that, because debating is also a popular thing on YouTube. And we're going to talk about that next, y'all. But it's also important to ensure that you separate certain things. Like, you don't connect your personal life to YouTube, and you allow people to have conversations, and we don't get superly overly emotional about every conversation, because then we can't grow and we can't have these conversations. And people do come to hear the controversy, but they also come to hear resolutions and how we get through it. And we are examples of that. So I think that we don't think about our responsibility or what our purpose is. A lot of people have YouTube channels and really don't have a purpose and don't know what their purpose is. So To a degree, yes, I do think that you need to be honest and be yourself, but also you got to remove your personal feelings from these conversations, and you have to be able to grow and have the conversation outside of your comfort zone, right? Because like, I don't hate black men. Y'all know I'm married to a black man and I have a black son, right? But I know
have a black friend.
Yeah, and I have a black friend. I love black men, but not to a fault, right? Not to the point of devaluing and belittling myself and humiliating myself. So I do have a boundary and an expectation that I think a lot of black women don't exhibit. And maybe I'm being extreme in some of the arguments, but I'm doing it for a reason, right? And so no, I'm not, completely like crazy like this in person. Like, you ain't gonna just have me like fighting. But on this space, I want to make it clear what my voice is and my perspective. So I may be a little bit more elevated. So it is a difference, but then I don't take it to home with, I go to sleep and I'm not thinking about this manosphere space and what y'all said to me, right? So I think that there is a component of bringing yourself, but you also need to be able to debate and talk about issues that are outside of your comfort zone, right? I think that's important.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead, Freezy. I wanted to let LB ask his questions after.
Okay, one quick thing. YouTube is about engagement. If I make me a channel, I'm trying to get engagement. It's more. Rico brought up being responsible. It's more irresponsible channels than it is responsible. I can tell you that off bat. So YouTube is about engagement. You got a lot of people act like they're spitting facts, but it's only satire. But people are eating this stuff up. You feel what I'm saying? So it's to me, it's up to the person that's the viewers to be responsible on what they watch. You don't have to watch this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Go to the next channel. You don't have to engage in that stuff. But we got a lot of robots out here, a lot of people easily led that don't have a mind for themselves. And this is what YouTube is built on. Hell, regular television is built on this. So
but let me be clear.
Yeah.
The opinion channels on YouTube is the vast minority. The vast majority of channels on YouTube are not opinion channels at
Fact.
all.
I agree.
No,
Fact.
they are channels on
movies,
real information.
TV.
100 to
Sports.
1.
Rico said real information.
Right.
Like
It's opinion.
How to do stuff.
It's the garbage. And I agree that the majority of the opinion shit is garbage and maybe but it is such a small sliver. And the vast majority of YouTube could blow out all of this crap tomorrow and they wouldn't even notice it. It's not even a decimal fucking point.
It's small. It's small until you watch one video and then your feed is.
I learned how to actually do hair on YouTube, like do a hairstyle that I wanted. They taught me from start to finish. I took every class for free on her thing, and she taught me exactly how to do it, and I learned how to do that. And I learned I think actually my husband learned how to fix our furnace from YouTube. Like,
this is the bottom of the toilet bowl.
So like that's the type of stuff that is
true. Fact.
This is the bottom of the toilet bowl on YouTube. This is where the shit comes down to.
Yes.
Fact.
All the real stuff.
Wait, Rico, what's the real stuff? What's the real stuff?
TED Talks. Like she said, anything that you in your house.
We listed some.
Put it back together. Literally everything in your house. There is 20 channels on it, and that's YouTube. YouTube how-to video.
But you know what, Rico? These conversations are necessary and they are important in our community because we don't have a space where these conversations are happening. And the manosphere thing is revolutionary. As much as I hate it, and I gotta mute you, Freezy. As much as I hate it, I appreciate the fact that we're able to challenge these ideas that men have or conversations that men have about us. And I like to hear men's opinions about these particular issues because, like you said, it's not really common for us to hear men from all different areas of life and, all over the globe, right? Because, there's men who chime in from one man, he was from he was from I forgot what he was from. Haiti or something. Like he was from Haiti. I'm like, wow, it's just men all over the globe that's listening into these conversations and have opinions. And so you get to hear different diverse perspectives. So it is a real thing. Like, I don't want to devalue it to the point where, because I do think it's important and it's relevant. I think that what we don't know is proper etiquette and how to debate properly, because what has happened in these spaces that I will say specifically is that when I am like being aggressive and talking crazy like I was, there will be a man on the panel that will be like, that's why your husband's stupid or he a simp. Right? Like, what they got to do with what the hell I just said, right? Like, leave my husband out of it. So then what they do is they try to trick, like, instead of just dealing with what I said, they try to attack me as a person. And you stupid, you masculine, you look like this, blah, blah, blah. So, right. So then it turns into that. That's what the spaces typically turn into, right? But I think that's it. Go ahead, Rico.
If we're not, and the only reason why I brought that up was I wanted people to know, and especially people in the Black YouTube space, to realize just how small we are.
Yeah.
Because we need to know that, so that because there are some people who believe that we 50% of YouTube. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers is crazy.
Because Kevin Samuelson's got the million views.
And the crazy part about it is they will say these things and they will actually put that out to their followers, and their followers will believe it.
Yeah.
Like, we are so small. And I only say that because it goes back to the responsibility that, you know what, if YouTube gets enough complaints about this, they will just, you're gone. You're not worth the pain point, because the dollars you bringing in isn't enough for whatever the complaints are. So I know I saw somebody gave us a great topic about how the manosphere need to be careful, because when you start getting mainstream, I think Harriet and some other people to complain about it, they will shut it all down. So if you don't show responsibility, what's going to be your pushback to say to YouTube why you shouldn't be shut down? When, as you said, Mr. Freezy, in the manosphere space, we got 5 responsible content providers, and the other 75 is just being reckless. So YouTube gonna lump that 5 right in with that 75. That's right. Oh, y'all all Black manosphere,
and all our algorithms are picking up on the same stuff. And we following all the same content and people.
Because of that, and that's why we have to be. You don't have to do it. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm saying, you're going to wake up tomorrow, you're going to turn it on and be like, where's my channel? And it's going to be gone because of the lack of responsibility. It should be better that it should be fewer, and maybe the responsible content providers should push back against them and try to.
And this is, I want to respond to what Up Level Approach said, because she said there's a ton of conflating points in these conversations, and that's why we can't engage. But a lot of Black women and are making these channels popular, right? And if you think about it, a lot of the information is rejecting Black women and against Black women. But we go on to the Fresh and Fit, all happy and wanting those little I'm sorry, I don't even want to call them that, because I don't even want y'all looking them up. Fake and fraud. We go on their podcast and we want them to identify and validate us anyway, even though they are clearly a group of men who do not like Black women. But Black women still want to, hi, what do you think about me? You think I'm great? No, he's not going to think you great. He's going to think you're stupid, just like every other Black woman that comes on the channel. He's not going to validate you. And so why do we continue to do it? Up Level Approach is my question to Black women. And I hope that you can maybe shed some light on why they continue to support them. Is it low self-esteem, low value? Because I don't understand why we make these people popular, and they use us as their muse, and that's why that's the only reason they are famous.
Well, Juana, is it even what do you have? What stat or what information do you have that says it's Black women supporting the channels like that?
Well, I mean, you can look at, I look at different analytics. So I'm looking at their, how many people are subscribed to their channel. And it's just disturbing to me that there is even women that are subscribed to those channels.
So they could be in the minority in its disruption.
Yeah, okay, but I'm telling you that even one Black woman is problematic to me. It shows me like there's something wrong with her mentality.
I just want to be clear.
That's what I'm saying.
I just want to be clear because you made it seem like it's like the majority, and I was like, wait a minute, no.
On certain channels, and Fresh and Fraud is just one, right? Or Fake and Fraud, they're just one. There is a lot of different channels that are like 100% geared toward African Americans, and that's who their supporters are. And I mean, we can see it, and we know who their supporters are. I mean,
when it comes to the F&F channel, it's really not black women watching them, and they rarely bring black women on their panel. When they do, they tend to do it on purpose for the mere purpose of dunking on them and throwing them out. But for other channels out there like KS, KS is heavily, I won't say it's dominated by black women, but there is a big community of black women that watches his channel. And there might be a couple more out there. But yeah, mostly it's not, I don't think it's as bad as we think it is. I just think to Tawana's point.
Oh, it's bad.
To your point, what I want to say is to your point is that, TLA, there's a big community there. But to your point, right. The women that jump up on KS's show, those are the ones that are truly supporting, because there's a large group of people that are watching that show specifically for him to dunk on someone.
That's right.
They're not really looking for information. They want to see a woman pop up there and challenge him on his points, and then him systematically break them down and cuss her out and throw her off. Like, that's pretty much what
I'm sitting and call it the whoop that trick hour.
Black women support them like they support the church. They worship black men worse than they worship their pastors. I'm telling you, that's what happens. And Uncut said, Juana, people feel like F&F win in the end because of the access to beautiful women that they have. Beautiful women use them, and they promote being a player when they really aren't. It's the perception.
He's right. Yeah. He's right.
They don't really have that kind of access, though.
How is it that y'all think a bald man, like in his 30s, a man who's balding, like is so... I don't understand how we validate this man. Like, he is broke. If it wasn't for F&F and y'all making him rich, he would be nothing. Like, I can't wait. Yeah, I wish he would come on my show. I would like.
I mean, he's not really validated, though.
I would really make him feel like this.
They've got 500K subs because of the controversial content of dunking on women and throwing them out.
But
I can't believe we even still talk about them. They are frauds. Like, why? Why is that the representation?
Because they have 500,000 subs and they're popular.
They don't claim him.
That's why you're talking about him.
They don't claim him, though. The management is not going to claim him.
Black women don't support or watch Fresh and Fit. I mean, I'm serious. Like, they don't.
Yeah, black women is not.
They continue to watch the show, support them, give them super chats. Like, I have.
But to be fair, why do we support anything then? If that's the case, why are we watching Real Housewives of Atlanta with a bunch of black women dunking on each other? Why are we watching Love and Hip Hop?
Why are we watching
Love and Hip Hop is pure trash. But black women are the biggest supporters of that too.
Yeah,
agree.
I'm just saying, you know.
You ain't gonna attack reality TV on here.
It's accountability.
We're attacking it all, Wanda. We're getting it all. Megan Thee Stallion. Oh man. Cardi B.
The Kardashians.
You made a great point.
Said, I agree. It baffles my mind to see some black women seek validation in these YouTube streets from men that clearly dislike them. That is the truth. It's facts. I'm sorry.
But who's seking validation from F&F? I mean, I get KS. There is some of that.
There's the young girl. The young girl.
No, maybe Miami girls.
They're not in their 20s. They're not in their 30s or anything. They're in their 20s. They're in their
Miami
school time.
girls. But y'all got it. They got it confused. They bring. Go ahead.
I don't think anybody's seeking validation from any of them. What they're seeking is a viral moment. One thing that everybody lose track of, Kevin Samuels blew up behind what video? Average at best. Okay. Right. Prior to that, he was like 100,000 and he blew up to 1 million shortly, something quickly thereafter. What people, and I said, I couldn't get it and I didn't understand it, was the girl and I thought that interview was the most honest, authentic, thoughtful interview he did. He just told her the truth.
Yeah, it was fine.
In the nicest way as possible. But believe it or not, as much as he exploded, she even got popular behind it. She went from, I saw her on 15, 20 streams after. I'm like, how do you get shit on and get popular? Because it's virility. It's just like Gorilla Glue Girl. She's the only sister I know that will put fucking industrial glue in her head, and she gets popular. So what I see is for Fresh and Fraud and KS and even TLA, everybody's looking for that moment. They want to be the average at best girl to try to capitalize and monetize on it. That's why, you know, TLA has a big black woman following. KS does. I think half of Fresh and Fit, I don't even think half their subs is black. I think half of them are other ethnicities other than black that enjoy watching that crap. Just a bunch of incels and little cuck boys that just get off on watching the abuse and subjugation of women, period.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. But everybody on all of those shows, these women are trying to go viral. They want to get popular.
Rico, you see white men coming to the defense of women. Yeah, there's several videos where they are going against, but you don't see black men doing that.
Can we point out? Can we point out?
I don't see black men doing that, but I see white men.
I saw one.
Going against.
I saw one.
Okay, you saw one.
And I saw the one.
Please share those links with me.
I'm not gonna say they went to defense of black women. What they did was, so I'm gonna be correct. They didn't go in defense of black women. They went against that red pill crap.
Yeah, so that's a difference.
So they did the difference was they weren't defending black women. They were just telling the guy that was dumping on them that he's full of shit.
Right, because y'all don't really publicly show.
They jumped on. The guys checked in a reaction like, you're trash for saying all this stuff.
Yeah, y'all don't show public love for black women. Like,
well,
that's all. I'm just saying that y'all don't. But here's the thing: the white guys that I've seen, they are intentionally going against those entire like the manosphere thoughts and like they're.
I think it's mutual. I don't think we're getting love for either one of us, but both of us.
Like
there are black channels out there that dunk on like the Fresh and Fits and stuff like that too, and I can send them to you.
Do they support black women and do they tell?
Yes, they do.
Okay, I would love to.
I'll send you one.
Johnsons and Derek Jacksons of the world,
but they're not red pill.
No, I don't want to follow Darren Jackson.
No, yeah, they're not red pill.
I want to follow men who really black men who are admirable and support black.
They are not red pill at all. PBM, this guy, he goes after Anton, KS, all of Fresh and Fit. He goes after all of them.
The reason why you don't see them, Tawana, is because they're not popular. They're out there, but they're not popular, and that's the main reason. Because the algorithm is not going to feed that. Nobody is going to. And let's be all the way 100% honest with ourselves. Nobody is going to click, including black women, are not going to click on a channel with a guy saying, "Black women, I love you and you're so amazing, you're the best thing in the world." They're not going to click on that. They're going to click it, but that's anecdotal. There's one guy, they are going to look for the channel where there is a black woman cussing out a dude, or a guy cussing out a woman, or some kind of fight or something like that. Look on any of these channels. Look on any of these. Look Fresh and Fit's channel. If you go to their channel and look at their views. I don't want to go to their channel anymore, ever. But I'm just saying, don't go there. But my point making is all of the videos that have views are the ones with women where they're dunking on them and throwing them out. All the rest of them where he's talking about fitness and all this other stuff, nobody watches it.
That's exactly why I'm talking about black women and why we support these channels and why we let them exploit us. What is wrong with us? Why don't we value ourselves enough to not subscribe to those channels? That is what I'm asking black women. I really want to know if a black woman can come on the panel and like explain this to me. But actually, I want to hear it from a black woman who's actually following these channels. Like I would love to hear why she's doing it.
Tawana, I'm trying to figure out how is this. It's a notion going around now in this conversation that these conversations are new, and it's not. Maybe it might be new in the black community, but these conversations have been going. I've been tuning into Entrepreneur in Cars, Galvin McInnes, Jordan Peterson, the MGTOW movement. These guys been talking about this stuff way before black people been talking about this stuff. As a matter of fact, some of these guys are mentors, like to the KSs and stuff, like Jordan Peterson. They reference these guys all the time. So I'm just trying.
I think that like AJ said, Kevin Samuels brought attention to the space when he publicly bashed that woman, and it became viral, and it made the conversation. Yes, those spaces existed, and white supremacy groups exist. There's black feminist groups. There's all these different groups, right? And they're not all popular, but there is a change that happened, right? That made that information glorified or glamorized it to the point where people started to catch on. And
but Juana, Breezy, heaven on earth, we cannot give KS, we cannot give the white man, we cannot give them credit for shit that black men have been talking about in their circles for 50 to 100 years. None of this information is new. Kevin Samuels ain't said one damn word that has not been repeated in barbershops long before his ass was born.
And Kevin Samuels talks all the time about how people have been talking about it is in barbershops for 50 years. So you're kind of making this point, right?
I am making that
point. Yeah.
I don't even agree with that.
I'm not saying
y'all can't validate no barbershop talk.
No, what I'm saying is I'm not saying that we speak about it in the same way that he speaks about it.
Y'all gonna act like you don't have salon talk.
No, I'm not saying that we don't. I'm not saying
and I ain't on this platform trying to validate no salon
that
talk.
He said a conversation. Men have had conversations in the barbershop. Women have had conversations in the salon shop. We didn't.
But y'all try to validate it and use it to support y'all arguments. That is the part that really annoys me about this whole barbershop thing. Like, it can't support nothing. I don't care what he say. I'm not about to sit here and validate what his circle of people. I don't even know who Kevin Samuels hang with for real. Is this men that I would look at or validate? No, I don't know.
One of them. It's an Anton. Anton says he hangs with them.
All the thing we need to look at is the market decides whether you want to validate.
I am not validating no damn Kevin Samuels barbershop. He probably goes to barbershop with white men. Who knows where he goes to the barbershop?
Right.
We know that. We know that he's rich now. We know that.
Bullshit. We know if you're going out there tricking with the hoes, that's bullshit. And we're not saying men don't do it, but we're not pushing that, and we never was. We know that's bullshit. So we know the stuff that he said that's bullshit. That options. Come on, man.
Options is an accurate statement.
I just think
options. That's accurate.
Ain't even accurate for high value men. That's some bullshit.
Oh, come on. You got to be kidding me now. Hey, hold on. What was the basketball player? So let's go to reality show. The basketball player that had a giant knot on his forehead. That man with millions. The dude that was married to Jennifer on Basketball Wives or whatever. That dude had a giant knot on his forehead. There is no way he's landing attractive women without a multi-million-dollar basketball contract.
I'm talking about cheating. Open relationships.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Exists throughout all socioeconomic levels.
Okay.
Rich people get to have open relationships, and people because I know plenty of rich.
No, I concede to that point. No, you're absolutely right.
That's the problem with these discussions. That's the problem with these discussions is that we are talking about open relationships. We were talking about cheating at first, and now we're talking about open relationships. It's like we are combining these things, and it's like we can't even clearly define which one how we're talking about.
Yeah, because
that's right. Okay. I'm like,
what that ultimately comes down to is I can say anecdotal experience. I don't know one woman that's except for the few tiny group of people that are okay with open relationships. I don't know one woman that's like, oh yeah, I'm totally cool with my guy going out and doing whatever he wants with. So that's totally accurate. I definitely agree with that. But also what I do agree with is people in general will put up with a lot more from somebody who they feel is above their level. So she doesn't want her to be out here cheating, but like Kobe Bryant's wife's perfect example. Now he got caught out in them streets, but she's still there.
And here's the reality.
Yeah.
But when they get tired of it, they tired of it. And you never know when they're gonna get tired of it. Look at Dr. Dre wife. After 20-something years. When you get tired of it, you get tired of it. And
it took 20 years.
I want to know if Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are still together.
They still together.
That's all I know.
It's an individual relationship.
Yes.
Can I bring up a point?
Go ahead, Freely.
I think another thing we're missing is, I know you have a problem with a lot of this manosphere talk, red pill talk, but we also must point out that the origin of this talk was pushback against feminism. Feminism was a conversation way before this manosphere talk. And so this is why you started getting channels like Entrepreneur in Cars, Jordan Peterson. It was pushed back against feminism. You understand what I'm saying?
You guys say that feminism is the pushback and the reason why. Why is it that no other man decided to go against their women? Why is it that feminism only affected black men and y'all the only ones?
Oh, no. That's just the only conversations you see.
Because guess what? No other race of men are not marrying their women, are bashing their women verbally, are not protecting their neighborhood.
It's going around everybody, Juan.
It's
everybody.
The manosphere content was started by white men.
Paul, let me explain. You guys are talking from your own personal experience. I'm looking at statistics and data. They are still marrying their women. They are still protecting their women. Their neighborhoods are safer than ours. They still have a patriarchal society. They are not absent from their kids' lives. You guys are the only men who took feminism and said, y'all remove me from the home, and now therefore I don't have to take accountability and be responsible to my community or my home.
Can I ask an important question?
That is ridiculous. Y'all are the only men who did not level up. Black men need to level up. Stop telling women to downgrade, and why don't you upgrade?
Okay, I'm not saying black women need to downgrade, but I will say this: that it's happened all races. It's all races. It's not just us.
Can I ask one question about feminism? Okay, so when feminism occurred,
are white men doing this? No.
Yes, they are.
Oh, yes, they are.
Oh, yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Oh, yes, they are.
I have a lot of white friends. My friends.
I have a white friend next to me right now and telling me yes. That's telling me yes.
The question is this:
ridiculous. Y'all are just justifying and trying to make excuses for why y'all are terrible.
Did only black women and white women participate in it?
I'm phenomenal.
Women participated in feminism.
Great too. I'm great.
No, they did. I think
other races of women participate in feminism. Did Latino women participate in it?
Everybody.
Did Asian women participate? Okay, so let me ask you one other question. There's a white manosphere. There's a black manosphere. Is there? Because I don't know. I'm not making any accusing. Is there a Hispanic manosphere and is there an Asian manosphere?
It's mostly a U.S. Western culture thing.
So why is the black separated out then? I'm trying to figure out. There's a black, there's a white.
Because this is our space where we communicate at.
So why?
You got to get out. This is our bubble, so that's why we're focusing on black issues and black conversations.
Where are the Hispanic and the Asian men going? They're going to the white one.
But I think that's what we're saying. But I'm saying, but when you say that, you're kind of conflating a point because we are saying that we can visibly see that they are submissive. Now you can make the argument that their men are doing these things and that's why they're submissive, and that could be valid, right? No one's negating that. What we are saying is we can see that our women are not, and we're not saying, no one is saying
white women are not submissive.
What Juana's talking about we're the only ones saying that we're cool with the dads not taking care of the babies. I don't know nobody but a Pookie or Ray Ray who would ever try to justify not taking care of their kids.
I'm asking about two groups of men. I'm asking, we're Hispanic men and we're Asian men at. Because if their women are in feminism, where are they going to hear their voice? Are they going to the white manosphere or are they coming to the black manosphere? Where are the Hispanic? And are y'all telling me that their women didn't succumb to feminism? Y'all got to explain it to me.
Listen, Rico. Let me debunk this. Let me debunk this right now, because ain't no Pookie and Ray Rays. All black men are black men. I'm sorry. Stop it. Y'all trying to
come on.
I'm saying
ain't no Pookie and Ray Ray. You Pookie and Ray Ray. Y'all all Pookie.
No, I am not a Pookie and Ray Ray. That is some lies. That is some lies. Nothing the hell. I am not a Pookie and a Ray Ray.
Wait, can I wait? I just gotta say, I'm trying to find solutions with you, and you know, we were talking on.
Stop trying to separate black men and call them.
No, listen, what you're not gonna do.
We're gonna separate, all right. We're gonna separate.
Absolutely not.
Hey, so what you want us to be guilty with all of the black men that you referring to?
Okay, let me just say this. Y'all try to conflate. Y'all are really funny. And
any man who would not take care of their child willingly is a Pookie or a Ray Ray.
Pay attention to this. conversation because they will claim that it's only Pookie and Ray Rays that reject us, that don't raise us, that don't take care of their kids, that have no wealth, that are unemployed, that are asking us to submit when we have to take every masculine role in our own communities because they refuse to step up and take over their communities. They refuse to take those powerful positions, and they have no social power. So they want us to submit to what?
Nobody's saying that.
And then here it is. And so here you have this conversation where they're
all I said is no man who's a man.
Pookie and Ray when it's really Brian and Terrence.
It's not though. No man who is a man of any even at you have to be the lowest caliber man to not be taking a kid. This is not a black thing. This is not a white thing. No self-respecting man is not leaving their kids out in the wild and not taking care of them. That by definition is a Pookie or a Ray Ray.
Here's Red Pill. Tell me where the good men are.
Oh, there's 7 of them on the panel right now.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you have a bunch of brothers who come together and trying to talk about the problems and find solutions, and to just say some super crazy outlandish shit like, "Oh, you hear all the black men, all of y'all are Pookies and Ray Rays," that's incredibly disrespectful.
Okay, so tell me what black men are doing to take control of their communities.
Their community, they gotta take care. They gotta take control of their family first before a community.
This is why I don't. This is why.
Hang on, because I want to find a solution. And that comment is
so. You're not giving us a chance, Juana. You just dismissing it. You're just dismissing us. They're not just dismissing it. Like
wait.
No, LB, I hear y'all loud and clear.
No, you don't hear me. I didn't get to contribute yet. You got somebody else that's still trying to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I thought I'm not the other guy. The other guy was talking. I'm trying to hear what he said.
All I was just saying is that JT, that comment is not going to be real receptive, Tawana. So that's when I would jump in there, and that's what I was talking about. At some point, like
what comment? Hold on, what comment is going to be receptive? She asked about the community. We got to take care.
We need to.
We got to take care of ourselves first before we can even take care of a community.
Absolutely, I agree. But what I'm saying is, whether you believe
it's been 400
if you say
years.
it poorly or if you say it
to take care of yourself. I mean,
what I'm saying is, if whether you think that she's going to receive it poorly,
400 years. Like,
wait,
hang
on,
wait.
Because I want to make
let's hear Red Pill.
Let's hear him out real quick.
This is a point for like the Red Pill space or any constructive criticism for women. Whether you think she's going to receive it well or you think she's going to receive it bad, you need to make your best effort to communicate effectively. So you've done everything that you could do for wanting to receive it, and then we can find a solution. You can't be like, she's not going to listen anyway, so I don't have to say it however I want to say it. We're not going to find a solution talking like that.
I agree. Hey, Red Pill, I agree with you on that. But she asked the question, what we're going to do about the community.
I agree. And listen, man,
we got to start. Hold on. We got to start with self first before we can even help anybody else, because we can't even get it together by ourselves.
No.
So how can we start with a community? We can't get it together by ourselves.
It's been 400 years. Y'all worked on y'all self.
Hey, Juana, you mind if I
Whoa, you wildin'.
Okay, Daryl. You know what? I'm done with them, Daryl. Let me hear what you guys say.
You haven't even heard everybody. You can't be done with all of us. You haven't even heard everybody.
I came mad respectful with it.
I'm not dismissing nothing. Y'all just ain't talking about nothing progressive. It's all the same old talk. It's all.
You haven't given us a chance to move forward.
Hey, look,
you haven't given us a chance to move forward.
I ain't coming up no more.
To what?
I ain't coming up no more.
You know what? Let me let Daryl talk because I let him come on. Hi, Daryl. How are you? Thank you. Welcome to my
Salute, Daryl.
Salute.
Peace,
Go ahead.
Peace,
What's your pushback? Come on.
It's not just pushback. It's just historical facts. For the most part, because after this, I'm about to take care of the baby girl. For the most part, black men have tried to build different communities. We know about the Greenwood district, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I told Nikki and I told Candace earlier.
The
Greenwood district, also known as Black Wall Street.
Oh my goodness! I knew y'all was gonna talk about the Black Wall Street.
I mean, because you brought up. Hold on,
Tawana, you gotta answer.
I'm just saying because you brought up something.
You gotta answer for everything.
You brought up something that within 400 years, and then in the 1980s, we had the MOVE movement with John Africa. That was in Philadelphia where they bombed. So that was the 80s. That was less than 40 years ago. Whatever. I mean, I was born in 1990. Some of us here was born in the 80s or before.
Okay.
But to me, it's like there's been plenty of societies that black men have built, but they have literally torn them down with violence. So that's why I suggested on the up level.
The black men have torn them down, or you
no,
saying
white men.
white
White
men have
men.
torn them down?
Yeah.
Okay.
So because when black men create societies on their own, let's say if me, Freezy, AJ, we all get a lock on oil, we get a lock on natural resources, food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we tell everybody black, don't shop with nobody unless they black.
Mm-hmm.
What essentially what we're doing is we taking money off white people plates. What they're gonna do is they're gonna send their armies, they're gonna send these different people, and they're gonna mess people up, right? They're gonna I'm sorry, I'm trying not to cuss, but they're gonna tear down the infrastructure that we create, right? And then for example, in certain places in Michigan, black people had thriving businesses, and then they tore down those communities by putting freeways there. And a lot of different stuff, a lot of different infrastructure that black people never ever voted on, never agreed to. They put them directly in black neighborhoods, blah blah ski. To answer your question though, what can black men do to really fix the community? I feel like they have to be brutal, because like white women are going to allow white men to subjugate black men, to enslave them, to do all these different things and make money off bodies. I mean, billions off black bodies every year, and they're going to support them no matter what they do. And they, black women, I don't feel like they support us. I said the same thing to Nikki and Kim. I said, if I today, Daryl Long, if I started a militia, and you say, you know what, I want to make money off slavery. I'm tired of working. I want to make money off subjugation. I don't want to pay for apples no more. Red pill. I'm taking all the apples. If you try to destroy us, we're gonna, what they call it, incarcerate you, which is basically throwing you in a fucking cage. And if I can't do that red pill, then I'm going to delete you ultimately. And then I get to eat all the apples and take all the resources I want. And guess what, red pill? Now I get all the resources to make your woman, make all the women of your society, make it feel like I'm a provider. I'm a provider because I have all the resources.
So you all are going to be complicit in your oppression and let white men overpower and dominate you. That's what you basically said. That's what you just said.
It's not.
So
it's
y'all
not.
are
Seems like
okay, so either way, I'm blaming y'all, because basically what you're saying is you're going to sit complicit and let black and white men overpower even the strongest men in society, because everybody knows that black men are the strongest and most manliest, right? Y'all are supposed to be the most athletic and all of these things, but you guys are going to pretty much say that a white man is controlling and going to overtake.
Tawana, you remember what happened on January 6th when the white people, like, they stormed the Capitol? Everybody, okay, so everybody on TV, everybody on TV said the same thing. If those people were black, they would have been slaughtered. So we already know.
What are y'all going to do about it? Are you all going to allow white men to dominate you and keep making that as an excuse? Or are
this is a multi-layered like question that you're asking though.
Okay, but I mean,
like it's not
too big. It's too big for this.
AJ, I'm responding.
It's too big for this. Yeah.
I am responding to Daryl because Daryl came on and talked about all of these initiatives that black men have tried to take over and white men have taken it away from them. Why are white men able to steal from the most strongest men in society? I don't know, but here it is. It's happened. You all have allowed them to come in and steal from you and take from you and overtake and dominate you. So what are you going to do to put yourself in a position of dominating them? Or are you going to sit here and rest in and be complicit in your oppression? Are you going to do that? If you are going to do that, fine. But don't act like you're not doing that. That's what you're doing.
No, we're shifting the goalpost. We're shifting the blame. It's racism. That's the big thing.
It's not a blame. You blame the white man. I'm blaming you. Yes.
So
blame the white man.
What a lot of black men are doing now is exactly what we're doing, is building wealth and building resources. Now, not everybody is going to be sitting making millions on silly stuff like Bitcoin and all that other stuff. Don't jump down my throat if y'all are like Bitcoin folks. It's just not my thing. But what I have done, anecdotally speaking, is I've built a successful career. I have a retirement. I have basically a 401k with a whole lot of freaking money in it right now.
So
I have a family. I have a family, absolutely, and I have a family that I'm raising currently. I have a black wife with a black child, and my child has a 2-parent household. That's pretty much where it starts. Now, if I want to go outside in these streets and start causing a ruckus, that goes back to Daryl's point. There's nothing you're gonna do when it comes down to the local police. It's a multi-layered and multifaceted issue.
What JP said.
Sure.
Where is it? Where is the allowance? The allowance is not fighting against. What do you think? You're just going to just get freedom by what? Doing what the white man?
Okay, so let me give you. I'll give you a real easy answer.
Hold on, let me answer JP.
Sure.
From my perspective. Okay. What do you guys think is going to happen? You're either going to have to fight. There has been no time in history where the men have not had to fight for what they want to maintain their culture, whatever. French Revolution, look it up. Smaller groups of men who decide, no, I am going to fight for what I think is right. It takes years and years and years, but they do it. Why do you guys think that it's not going to, you're not going to have to fight for it, and that you're not? So in all honesty, if you're saying that white men are taking something away from you and you are complicit in that, then you are allowing them to take it. And that's what it is.
I want to say, like,
that is what it is. You guys are allowing
Tawana, and I mean this genuinely. Like, let's say if we had a real movement right now, me and Freeze, we had a movement, and we knocking motherfuckers back, right? We taking over shit. Would you be willing to send
us in our neighborhoods?
Would you be willing to send your husband and son to join us to potentially die?
Listen, y'all.
This is a real question.
Y'all certainly kill us and kill everybody in our neighborhoods.
Can you answer the question?
Would you be willing to send your son and your husband to?
We actually had this
potentially die, because that's
today. We actually had this conversation today. I don't know if I'm ready to say my response to that, because I want men to come up with the solution. I don't want to tell y'all what to do. Y'all need
Juana ain't sitting anybody from her family in there. No way. No way.
Yeah,
that's what we're going to be asking people to do.
That's really what it is.
I have an opinion about that in my personal family, but that's not what this conversation is about.
Daryl's not saying he wants you to provide us a solution. He's saying this is the solution. Are you with it? Right? Are you down for the cause? And that's what he's not saying. You provide a solution because we're not men and we don't know how to handle it. He's saying, no, this is what I came up with. Are you down with it?
No, so he's talking about Black Wall Street. And this is, so here's the thing. Is this a real actual, like, this is the plan?
I think this is a hypothetical.
This is what y'all doing, right?
So we all speaking hypothetically. So you asked us to come up with a plan right now?
I gave you an
right
answer.
now. How about the plan right now?
So we all come together, right? As black men, as a group, we with our signs and stuff like that. What you think be the outcome of that?
What you mean?
We wouldn't get anywhere.
Why don't y'all do
it? No, I know
what are you going to do against SWAT?
I know the outcome of that, but what I'm saying is like when the white people when they charged that place and stuff like that, if that was black people, you think we would have the same outcome?
Okay, so here's the thing. This is what I think.
No.
This is what I think. I think that black men don't want to do.
So you feel like.
And that's fine. Y'all don't want to do it. Y'all don't want to control your community.
Super deflection woman.
I just think it's a better way to go at
it. I think y'all just don't want to do it.
This is the issue. This is the issue, right?
Because if you want to do something, you don't have to ask, well, what if this happened, and give all these hypotheticals. You just do it. Like when I want to do something.
Right. So
we should not care about ourselves.
So they can make a move on us because we sacrificed ourselves?
This is what I'm saying.
To help us, right?
And then JT, right after we do that, then it's gonna be them stupid MFers going out there and got all themselves killed. Now we got no choice.
No black men.
We got no black men because they done went out and went up against the United States military.
This is the issue, though.
That's what happened to the Black Panthers.
Yeah, Black Panthers got desecrated.
This is the issue.
That's literally what happened to the Black Panthers.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
you can speak more to that because
Tawana, if somebody was a rushing to your house right now, what you gonna do?
Wait, Daryl, was that really what happened?
Y'all don't even know what's gonna happen.
Uneducated.
Yeah.
We know what's gonna happen. It's in the news every day. That's
talk
what's
about the
gonna
Black
happen.
Panthers for a second. I mean,
Okay,
I'll
so
give
that's fine. Y'all have allowed
a
white
brief.
men to dominate y'all. So what's the next plan? Y'all have
But
allowed white men to
but
dominate
hold
y'all.
on,
Y'all
She
don't.
said
No,
aloud.
Listen,
Tawana,
y'all
you
have
just say
allowed
black
white
men
men to
dominate us.
dominate. Y'all don't plan on doing nothing about it. So now
You're
what's
right.
next?
I want to hear Daryl. Where's Daryl? What are you saying? What are
No,
you
ain't
saying?
no want to hear Daryl talk.
I did. I want to hear what you got to say.
Shut up, LB. This is my show. I've already told y'all. Don't have me mute you. I said white men have dominated, and you all have allowed them to dominate. What is the next solution?
We haven't allowed them to
Because
dominate.
y'all don't. Yes, y'all have allowed them to dominate. Y'all have just
No.
basically asked me, why would we do that? This is gonna happen to us, and what happens if we all die, and blah blah blah. All these hypotheticals. What
Hey, look.
you basically
Hold on,
said?
I have a
you're not-
solution, gentlemen.
Tawana,
Hold on, I have a
basically said you're not
solution.
gonna
I
do
think
nothing
can I
about
read
it.
something?
Hear him. I can't hear Daryl.
let's just start raping
Okay,
and
go ahead.
pillaging
I would
today.
like Daryl to speak, but LB, come on now.
I
Like,
mean, we
stop
can
it.
black men. We have the capacity to start raping and pillaging today.
To start what?
Raping and pillaging. That's like in order to get this done. Why? What you're talking about?
I don't want to. Okay, wait.
Okay, graping,
Let's be
graping,
clear. I don't want to start no,
graping and pillaging because at the end of the day, it's like we're not going to. It's not going to be something that people don't give up power. When the Black Panthers try to do exactly what you're talking about, Tawana. So to answer your question, Red Pill, I would just use a story about the New York 21. The most famous person from that group was Afeni Shakur, who ended up giving birth to Tupac, Amaru Shakur. She was the first female Black Panther, and they was going to city council buildings with guns. They was following policemen on their entire shifts with guns, making sure Black people don't get harmed in cities like California. We all know about Chairman Fred Hampton, 21 years old, feeding kids in Chicago every city, like every single day. So these people was trying, and what happened to Fred Hampton? 99 bullets. He got drugged, wasn't allowed to protect himself, shot in the head, wife pregnant, same building. Mark Clark, rest in peace. These people were systematically wiped out. And what did Black people do? What did the Black church do?
Yeah.
Pray for your enemies. Pray for et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
We've never been told to destroy our enemies the way that they destroy us. And that's why
I
I use
agree.
those two words about
like
raping.
I agree.
Conditioning.
You know what?
Yes.
You know what? I'm not gonna trust. I'm not gonna trust a man to lead a community of people or even a nation of people if he can't even lead his own household, right? Okay. Like you take the Pilgrims, right? To Daryl's point, you take the Pilgrims. They came to America. Europeans came to America, and they sweet talked the Indians, and eventually they slaughtered the Indians. And what did the white women do? What did their wives do because they slaughtered these Indians? Basically stole this land. They cooked a turkey and they called it Thanksgiving. You feel what I'm saying? So this is the type of submissiveness that they were used to.
I'm sorry, and I don't have time to go back to the history of the turkey.
No, but
listen, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Can I read this text message?
I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Tawana.
We're not going back to history.
Hey, can I just say this, y'all? Forget it. We can't do anything about oppression. Y'all stuck in y'all oppression. White men will dominate, and we are going to just depend.
Tawana, you missed my point.
Can I read this text?
Hold on, Breezy. The white man dominates, and so now y'all know why Black women submit to white men, right? Because they dominate over you guys. So that's what it is. And
no.
Let's just
you
move
missed my
on.
point.
That's how it's gonna
you
be.
missed my point.
That's also the same reason why Black women are dying in the hospital more than white women as well, because of that same dominance. We can't act like Black men are the only people suffering, because it's Black women suffer more than anybody else.
We're not talking about. Black women suffer.
Black women suffer more than anybody else.
Access. It's also healthcare access. People in our community who don't have the qualifications, therefore we don't, get serviced by our own. We have a lot of reasons why we suffer in healthcare, but that has nothing to do with this conversation of white dominance and why.
But you missed my point. Well, I wasn't trying to give a history lesson. What I was saying was the reason why they cooked the turkey after they slaughtered all these people and stole this land, because they understand the importance of a collective. And this is what Black women don't understand with their Black men. Black men have to listen. Black men have to be the leaders. In order for a Black man to lead a community or lead a nation, just like you said, we need more Black men in the homes, right? But it's a team effort. If a black man is going to lead,
We
who
gotta
are they going
convince
to
y'all
lead?
to lead. That's crazy. Okay, y'all, I'm done with this. We gonna talk about the red pill stuff next Monday because I can't even. We gonna really get into this.
Hey, Tawana,
It's been 3 hours. And
Tawana,
we still ain't got
CYP wanted me to read something to you. Can I read it?
No, we're not gonna stop the show to read CYP point. We done with his point. We done with this conversation, y'all. Because guess what? It's going.
You still never answered the question about sending your sons.
Wanna needs a break.
Listen, unless we gonna dominate over white power and we gonna create our own communities, this is going nowhere. What are we gonna do, y'all? Seriously, what's next? Okay,
my only pushback, and I'm gonna leave out Tawana, is those white women. They're going to send their husbands and sons instantly. The question I asked you, if I had asked a mother in Southern Mississippi, are you going to let your son fight for the Confederacy? It wouldn't be a second thought.
But y'all, they fight in the war. They fight in the war. Black men are in the army. Black men are in they have fought in every war that we've had.
And they follow the commands of the United States leaders. I'm talking about following like an actual black movement. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't get to do those different things. Like that's just the facts. You gotta be able to acknowledge that. If a black man created a militia today, what black militia?
I can acknowledge that they are not going to do it because they don't want to. Yeah, I can acknowledge that.
The Nation of Islam was trying to do this years ago, and it was black mothers telling their sons, "Don't join because these men are going to die eventually." Why? Because they knew that the white man is going to overpower them with brute force.
Didn't stop black men from joining these forces, though. They do it now, still to this day.
They still do it, yeah. The Nation of Islam is
still. Okay, so we will fight for America, but we won't fight for our own rights and freedom.
I agree with you. Like that's the problem I have with that.
I don't get it. I'm saying
I don't either. I do.
I'm tired of us making excuses. Like, why are we? There's men in the army. I understand that every man doesn't want to fight, but there are men who sign up to fight for America but won't fight for their own rights. I don't get it. Let me let information.
Tawana, I can ask you something.
Can I let information man come on, because I know that he typically doesn't have a lot of time and he's come on to talk, and I know I've been saying some interesting stuff today. So information man, how are you? Welcome.
I'm doing fine. Hello everybody on the panel. It's been an interesting conversation, but I gotta say, brothers, I gotta be honest with y'all, man. We got to stop making excuses. Excuses are tools of the incompetent, and those that use them seldom succeed. We will never succeed if we just keep holding back with excuses. What if our ancestors decided not to do anything against the white man? We wouldn't even be where we are today. We'd still be in shackle slavery. What if black men and black women decided that they weren't going to escape from the plantations, even though they knew that they could get themselves harmed, they could get hunted after? What if any of these great leaders, whether it be a Harriet Tubman, Richard Douglass, what if they just said, fuck it, we ain't never going to be free? None of us would be up here on YouTube right now having the freedoms to be able to say what we want to say right now. The bottom line is you get you get the change that you want based on the actions that you produce and you put out. And I want to say something too here. Family is the first thing that you need to be responsible for, but family is community. By protecting and raising your family, you are building community, because the family lives in the community. So the values that you give your family will permeate in the community, especially if you have men in the community raising young men, young ladies, and developing a code of ethic and conduct. That's what we've gotten away from, a code of ethics and conduct and how we want to be as a people. This to me is funny to me, because I'm 52 years old and I just don't, the guys that I hang out with, we just don't spend time complaining about women. I think, brother, that you had on before, Rico, made a really good point that I think people need to recognize. Yeah. He said that he understands that women can be emotional and women say things within their emotions, whether it be, I don't need a man. But when you go to the club, when you go on date sites, wherever you go, women are steadily trying to find a man, even though they may say that they don't need a man. Gentlemen, that's just all hot air. Women do need a man. Definitely. So I don't spend a lot of time worrying about that, because I see too many women who desire to have a man, even if they're saying they don't. I think that's all a facade. And I think Black women in particular have had to take on masculine energy and roles when they are raising kids and families by themselves. So what do you expect if women are raising families by themselves without us? Then they are going to take on dual roles and personalities, whether we like it or not. So it just comes down to where you are as a man, with the kind of women that you choose to be involved with. And I think this discussion is healthy. I think brothers do have, I'll tell you right now, I think the brothers do have some valid opinions and thoughts about the society that we live in, that every time Black people try to do something, they come at us. But that's been our history before all of us were born. So are we just going to say, okay, if I do this, it's going to be destroyed, so do not do it? Do you know, when you look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, they rebuilt Tulsa a few times, even though it was destroyed. And those Black folks in that town still rose up and said, we're going to try to rebuild this again. You had massacres all across this country where Black communities were harmed, and they tried to rebuild. And Black people did it at a much more intense time than we're living in. We're actually better off than our ancestors. At a time when a Black man could be hung from a tree, when you couldn't even walk on a street next to a white woman and man, you had to walk on the sidewalk. We're not living in those days. We're not even living in half of the tyranny and trauma that our ancestors lived in. We're living in a better state than they were living in. So really, there is no excuse for us to do better, be better, and think better, and get the I can't do this mentality, because that mentality does not build a community. And the white man is going to continue doing what he's going to do, gentlemen. You know this. No matter what we do, should we just not do any damn thing? No, we have to keep marching forward and upwards. So,
information. You have
Can I say something?
that's what I do in my organization when it comes to working with Black males, particularly.
Yeah.
Hey, excuse me. How you doing? Information. Let me say something real quick.
Yes, sir. And there's no disrespect to anybody on the panel. I don't want anybody to think that I was trying to rag on
the
anybody.
last thing about what you said, I kind of got two questions. Last thing about what you said, the white man really don't have to do nothing, because we so distracted fussing back and forth with our women and stuff like that on a pedestal. So they just sitting back watching us like they've been doing for years.
Right.
Like,
brother, you hit it on
destroy
that.
ourselves and go back and forth. Our women trying to challenge the men.
Right.
Like somebody said earlier about they want their men to be more masculine. But we got feminine men. But then it's funny, when we be more masculine, they take it like we're being controlling, or they don't want to be submissive, because that makes them feminine. Then when the man be trying to become more feminine, more reasonable to listen to them, they don't want that type of man. So it's a lot of back and forth, and the white man just sitting around don't really have to do nothing, because we can't even get it together. And when I said earlier, was the simple fact, Tawana made a statement saying what we need to do as people, and that was going to be my question to you.
Yes,
but
sir.
My thing is, how can we even start building a community? We can't even get it together in our household.
Right.
Like, you going back and forth with your woman, this and that and stuff. How can you even talk about a community if you can't get it together in your household?
Right. I suffered the same problem when I was married too. The problem again is that sometimes men, we don't listen to women, and I got to be honest, women don't listen to us. And this is exactly how they set it up anyway, my brothers and sisters. They set this up purposely. They did culturally conditioning on us so badly that they were hoping that in the 21st century that we would be doing exactly what we're doing now, bickering, not that you all are bickering, but bickering and being disruptive and having non-constructive conversation that leads to no solutions, because we're at each other's throats. That's exactly what the white man want us to do, because if we do that, that means that our communities are dysfunctional and he can maintain his position, right? His position. Now, a lot of times our women will say, well, we'll submit to the white man because the white man has this. But remember, sisters, the white man stole most of his wealth. He didn't gain his wealth in his society and control. He got it by stealing, pillaging, and creating fear.
There we
right?
go.
He didn't get it by natural harmony with nature in the universe. That's the difference. So even though we say that white men are in power and control over us, remember how they got that power. It was through tyranny and control. Do we have an army? No, but damn it, let's keep it real. Some of the best soldiers that this country had in the war were black men. The Green Berets were black men.
That's right.
All right. The Triple Nickel, which was an all paratrooting troop of black men who would jump out of the planes, come down, just like the Tuskegee Airmen. The white man has won his wars with black men. So I have to agree with you when you said, sister, that when do we fight for ourselves?
Right. And so, I wasn't saying for black men I understand the disparity. I understand white dominance is real. I understand the history. But what I don't understand is our mindset and why we think that we don't have any leverage or room to fight against some of the things that are happening.
Because it goes by the history that the brother on the panel stated about every time black people did something, this is what happened to us.
Yes, I understand. And so we really are afraid to go through that again. I guess lose more black people, but we're losing anyway.
But right? You know where that comes from?
We're losing anyway.
You know where that fear comes from? It goes back to the plantation when they would take the biggest and strongest black men
and they
would summonize him,
in front of everybody.
In front of everybody.
And Willie Lynch.
Right.
Hey,
you can say that
can I answer a question? I think
century, our fear of not wanting to do something great against the white man comes out of the same fear of, if I do this, there's a consequence. This is the dichotomy right here psychologically. Black people have no problem with doing fuckery to each other because we don't fear the consequence that black person has the power to make our life a living hell outside of just trolling us. But we fear the consequence that the power that the white man has, where he can control a lot of purse strings, such as your job, your livelihood, your economics, what have you. So we'll come for each other, but we often don't come for white folks. You see it on YouTube when we argue and bicker amongst each other and dox each other, but we never do it against the white people that have some sort of power.
And
so I thank you.
And I want to speak to Kim or up level approach because she's mentioned a few. We're fighting every day. We don't fight. We're complicit in oppression. We clearly have assimilated. We have done everything to pretty much just be dominated by white men. So I don't know why we say that we are like fighting every day. We did a few movements where we held up signs and protested and destroyed our own communities. But anyway, also I also want to say one more point about Black women, because what happens is Black women always jump to the defense of Black men. And the reason why I have a problem with it is because I feel like they don't believe you guys are masculine enough to support yourself and to defend yourself. And that to me is very masculine. Everything that y'all call masculine is not masculine. But why do women feel the need to protect and defend you guys? You guys need to protect and defend us. You guys need to stand up. We've taken a different role. And so I'm totally against like
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying.
Hold on, let me finish my point and then I'll let you guys speak. I am totally against women continuing, because what we're doing is not working. We are continuing to coddle. We're continuing to make you guys look like victims. We're continuing to support Black men. You all are not victims. You guys have the same capabilities and advantages. We don't have any legislation preventing us from getting ahead. If these imaginary white men come out the door and take things from us, we have progressed in life where we will recognize things and we can call attention to it and we can use our platforms in different ways now. So let's stop using the excuse that we don't have a voice and we don't have power and the white man is going to overtake us. I think that we just need to stop and what Black women need to stop doing is trying to defend you guys like you guys don't know how to defend yourself. You guys are powerful. You are our leaders, and we need to allow you to step into those positions. But what we do is we just come in and we try to super save y'all every time.
A challenge.
No, we don't try to challenge the black woman.
You know, women do
All of
black.
these. No. That narrative, I don't support it.
No, I'm about to go back off what somebody said. I forgot it was Mo. Somebody controlling and leading. Can you pull that back up? It was a few chats back about the controlling and leaning part.
Wait, I'm not sure, but I'll find it. And who wants to speak next? I know somebody. Daryl, I think. Did you want to speak, Daryl?
Yeah, I feel like if we really wanted to just make a nice little plan without us thinking too hard, let's just take their blueprint. Let's take all the women and children first, right? I'm just being honest.
No, go ahead.
This could, because if I came to, like, if we really want to do it, let's do that first. The ones who don't willingly come, we grape them, and then the ones who don't want to be graped, they get murdered, right? We hang them. We wipe out the children so that, you know, they bloodlines don't get a chance to really come alive, et cetera, to go against us. After we do that for a few years, we're going to create laws. If you don't like Freezy, if you don't pay Freezy 10% of your income, we're going to call it taxes. But you got to pay us everything. If you don't do it, you're going to jail. You get subjugated to even more brutality. And if at the end of the day, I think that's something that people just don't. We gotta, in my opinion, if you want us to have that kind of power on this land, then we need to be able to have access to those things without anybody saying that we're evil or we're going to hell.
What's stopping us from getting our own institutions? What's stopping us?
Protecting those institutions.
I mean, we have churches. What's stopping us from getting schools and banks and taking over our communities and getting grocery stores? Like, what is exactly stopping us?
Asking permission from oppressors. They didn't ask permission to put those banks there.
This is exactly what I'm saying.
But you do.
We make a lot of excuses, but we don't do enough to take over our communities, and black women are complicit in it. They help.
Black people got to get permission just to open dispensaries in certain communities. Like, so in Detroit,
but
for example,
they do it. They have done it. They don't stop. They keep going, even though it's challenges. They are continuing to want to be in that market, and they have fought for their place in that market.
So what I'm saying is, do you think that we can create an FBI right now? Like, me and Freezy can create an organization that, because I'm like, let's take money out of it. Let's just focus on politics and power. Can me and Freezy create an organization that spies on people, that listen to, like, the NSA? Can we collect phone calls? Can we do these different things and then tear down infrastructure from the beginning and from within?
Well,
we're not allowed to do those different things.
To do for the community? I'm saying, what do we need to do to help our communities? Why do you want to duplicate the FBI? Why don't you want to create grocery stores?
The FBI tore down every powerful organization that ever existed.
I understand, but I don't know what that would solve. Is what I'm saying.
Let me give you a perfect example of what you're trying to say. Yeah. There's a brother that I follow on YouTube by the name of Chief X. I've interviewed him. He's a deep brother. He's out of Southern California. He's out of Compton. There was a sister that had a grocery store. She put the grocery store together. And in the beginning, a lot of people didn't know about it. All he did was put the grocery store on blast on his YouTube channel. He made a big, huge documentary about the grocery store. It got millions and millions of views. All of a sudden, droves of black people who didn't know that there was a black grocery store began to shop and stop shopping at Lucky's and all these other, what we would call, quote unquote, white-owned grocery stores. And they began, the community galvanized to support her store. Her store has not been destroyed. It has not been busted into. People respect the store, and the community shops at this black-owned grocery store. Cooperative economics. This is why I say, we got to stop using excuses. There are too many examples of people throughout this country, black people, who have businesses. If we could just get on freaking code and protect each other and support each other's businesses. If I can go into Chinatown in New York and San Francisco, and you don't see anybody black in that community working, you see Asian people because Asian people are doing for themselves, then damn it, we don't have to reinvent a wheel. Just you should do for yourself. Cooperative economics. Now, I know it's easy said than done, but damn it, at some point in time, you got to start doing something. And that example I just gave you is an example of one black man who used his YouTube channel to galvanize a sister who owns a grocery store in the South Central area of LA. And it's, to this day, the store is highly successful because the community came together. Yeah. Black people can do powerful things when we come together.
I want to say this information, man, to JP. JP, I see your points, but what I don't think is that it's not working. What you're doing, we're leading with, currency doesn't create the community. Well, what we're doing now is destroying our community as well. So we don't have any social power, no wealth, no resources. That's not helping our community either. So what I'm saying is we need to try something different if we want to get different results. And that's why I brought this conversation to the men in a different way, because it really just forces us to actually take action. That's all. If we just continue to make excuses about why we can't do this and why we can't do that, then we're never going to do anything. We are not the only people that have been oppressed and have gotten out of oppression. Why don't we mimic Jewish community? There's other communities that have been oppressed and have done things to get out of their oppression and did not make excuses and was met with challenges, and they overcame those, and we figured it out just like we did in the civil rights movement. We can figure it out now. Let's stop that.
I feel like it's disingenuous to compare a gas station to an institution that brings in information and intelligence. The FBI, the CIA, the NSA, nobody knows how much money these guys bring in, because that's not the purpose of these institutions. And I just think that's one of the things that Black people hear all the time. We talk about grocery stores or somebody owning a Foot Locker chain, whatever it is. Can we create institutions of power and information, and use them to create more power for Black people? Because that's what they do.
If we do wealth, if we get wealth, guess what that's going to lead to? But we don't even have control over our own communities, Daryl. So we can't even begin to talk about taking over institutions and getting social power. We don't even have the currency to get in those spaces. If we want to be competitive in America, then we need to recognize that there are other male groups that are patriarchal, that are dominating their women, and they have a different dynamic than us. If we don't get to that place where we at least acknowledge that you all are not competitive with other male groups, that other male groups see you as not a threat to them at all, that they will not allow you to come into their communities, destroy their communities, and you guys have allowed Black men to destroy our communities. Like, you have to understand that this thing is happening. I'm not saying anything that's not right. I'm just telling you that this is what it is. We continue to make excuses. Yeah. And Black women, they continue to make excuses for you guys. They victimize you. That to me shows that they have I speak highly of you because I think that you all can do more than what you're doing. But if a Black woman is victimizing you and continuing to make excuses for you, they do not love you. I'm sorry. And that's just my opinion, because you guys have more, you can do more than what everybody is saying.
I don't call it victimizing. That is
victimizing, in my opinion. You're victimizing.
Okay, but we have to understand this. The cards that the Black man has been dealt throughout history has been totally different from the cards that's been dealt any other race. We got to recognize that. Nobody has gone through 400.
I understand that, but we cannot operate from that place anymore. We don't have the luxury of continuing to talk about stuff that's happened. We have to move forward. When are we going to stop being oppressed?
Well, this is the thing. We talk as if it's over, like the oppression is over. The oppression is going on today. The self-hate that's been predicated upon Black people has been a 400-year project, and it's not stopped. You understand?
I understand that. We are not, and I'm not saying that it's going to be easy and that.
So what we should be doing as men. What we should be doing as men, if you have a son, a daughter, whoever, you should create the pathway of understanding that they realize that, okay, this is our history, this is where we come from, but this is where we are going. So you use that history to empower your youth and tell them anything that gets in your way, you just take the ball, get the fuck out of your way, you bust through. It's going to be some obstacles, but you bust through. But that's what we should be teaching our kids. We should not be teaching that you ain't going to be able to achieve because of this, but just realize that these are the obstacles that will be in your way. And this is what we're going to teach you to get over. If you've ever been to Morehouse and some of these historical Black colleges, when they bring Black men in, they bring them through a rites of passage program, and they talk about exactly what you're talking about, brother. And they say, okay, in this society, they say we ain't shit, we ain't this, we ain't that. But you know what? we're going to break through it. And we as Black men are going to take you under the wing to build you for the better making of men to be successful. That's what mentorship is. That's what we should be talking about.
That's right.
We should not be transferring to our kids, well, because of this history, you ain't going to be able to be successful. I'm not saying that's what Freezy is saying,
no.
But what I'm saying is we got to change our mentality. Make your kids aware of the facts, but make them be built. This is the difference. Unfortunately, white men train their boys to be captains of industry, to own the damn franchise. While too often we are on the football and basketball field hoping our sons become a football star or a basketball star to play for a team that the white man has trained his son to own instead of us owning. And that's our problem right there. The damn sport and play and the damn entertainment bullshit that society wants to value us as. So we got to break through that. And that just takes, like you all brother said, first of all, your responsibility is your family.
That's right.
You build that family up. You send your daughter, your sons into the world to be able to try to conquer the world, even though there's obstacles. That's how you retool and can rebuild a community, because you're not going to save all Negroes who still are asleep and got their heads in the sand. You can be the word unity, or the word that you're looking for as you want people that are like-minded. Work with people that want the same things. You can't work with everybody. I'm sorry. You can't work with all black people.
And you know, Kim, up-level professional, we cannot keep asking the white man to give us stuff. Oh yeah, they got reparations and that's why they were able to. No, like we can't. If we just keep on talking about that, then we're never going to get to the reparations, right? We need people in place. We need to build our community up. We need to educate. We need to put people in these powerful positions, get them educated, get them the credentials so that they can compete and be competitive with other groups. And we need to do it now, or we're always going to be like, well, they gave these people that. They gave these people this. Like there's always we know the history of slavery. We know that Black people have been treated unfairly. We know what's going on. I can't talk about it anymore because right now we don't do anything to change our situation.
You know, you're never going to see a president of the United States. You're never going to see a president of the United States without a first lady acting submissive. You're just not going to see it.
You know why she submit to him? Because he has the power, wealth, resources. He protects and provides for her, and he doesn't leave his family. He raises his kids. You all need to do that.
That's the image.
Y'all need to do that.
Tawana, that's the image they might put towards you. But we know of many scandals in the White House. But the first lady always maintains her position. You understand? She always maintains her position.
I don't understand, because you see that there are what's the woman who was Bill Clinton's wife? I can't even think. Hillary. She ran for president herself, and she has always been in powerful positions. So stop that.
But she didn't win.
Her and Bill are still married.
Remember.
You
when
have to stop this. You guys need to stop berating women and asking them to submit. Women will submit to you when you become leaders in your community.
No,
you won't have
I
to
agree.
ask for submission.
I agree with that. I
you
agree
won't
with
have to
that.
ask for submission. You guys are not leaders in the community right now. You just not.
The point. This is the point. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. First, everybody has to submit to something.
Oh,
the man has to.
BTS. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a video? See, I just got to be careful who I allow on the platform. Can you put in the chat? Let me know who you are. Do you have a picture or anything that you can display? Just FYI. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, y'all. I just wanted to.
I don't want you to feel like women should be submitting to foolish ass dudes. No, I'm not promoting that. Everybody is this word submission or submit has been so uncomfortable to people in general. I don't know why. Everybody is going to have to submit one way or another. Like the man.
You being nice though. It's submit is a word to black women. They don't like that word.
They don't like
You can
that
say
word.
they don't like that word. They
No, that's not
think the
true.
worst. That is true.
That's not
They
true.
think the worst. They think the worst.
There's
No.
whole communities dedicated to telling black women how to submit. The church tells us to submit. We know what the submission is. What we cannot do is submit to men.
When we said that,
able to be like, you're not even a leader in your community. How are we supposed to submit? What are you asking women to submit to?
See, that's the thing though. Black women don't when a black man try to lead, they challenge that black man on his lead. And then it comes off as no. Yes, that happens a lot.
No,
and then I think they get the confusion of the man trying to control them if he's trying to lead. How you want me to lead?
That's not true.
That is true. That happens all the time.
You all are the only group of men who don't have to bring anything to the table, but asking women to submit. There is no exchange. You are the only.
You know what? That's crazy for a man that don't bring nothing to the table, asking for a woman to submit. That's crazy.
That's what
I agree with you on that.
Make an observation.
Okay. Yes, information.
Make an observation before I step down. Let's ask the question: what was it about black women in the 40s and 50s and 60s when our ancestors were going through a lot of hell, that made black women submit to black men back then? Because both had to go to work.
Right.
Both black men and black women had to go to work. Black women were working in the kitchens and doing domestic work and taking care of white kids when black men had to go out and work. But what was it about? If you talk to your grandparents, an older generation, what was the qualities that your grandfather or your father had that allowed your mother to submit to your father? Because I think the way women, this is my opinion, don't kill the messenger. I think the way women understand the idea of submission is how they see their mother. They learn from how their mother is treating their father, and they see how their father treats their mother with love. They see a connection there, and therefore they learn their role and how they should treat their man by what they see their mother do and how they see their father react. What was it about the older generation who stayed together longer than we do today that made women submit? I'm not saying that men were perfect back then. We know there was a lot of catting around back then too, but what was it? What was the essence that they had? And how can we bottle that essence for ourselves as men today? Because our fathers and uncles, they had something going for them. Yeah, of course, the women weren't making as much money as the men were, but still both had to go out and deal with this racist society, more racist than what we're dealing with.
Well, the women understood, in order for, as a collective, in order for this nation of people to win, to prevail, it has to be an institution of family. She understood she needed to play her part. This was a matter of survival back then. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, so sir. What I'm saying is, to Tawana's point, okay, he might not be a visible leader in the community, but you know, he could have a job at Walmart. Woman, if you, not you, Tawana, but I'm speaking to the ladies, if you accepted this dude and said that you love him, this dude works at Walmart. Let's just say she makes twice as much as he do, but she has accepted being in this relationship with this guy, and this guy works at Walmart. You have right then accepted being submissive to this guy because you're in a situation, you're in a role play. You've accepted a role, and women are not accepting these roles because they're not satisfied with under the conditions for themselves, and they're not thinking collectively. They're thinking individually.
We have to stop promoting this whole idea of dominating women because you're being dominated by another male group. Stop it.
Wait.
Tawana, can I offer? I'm sorry.
No. I'm telling y'all.
Was I speaking domination?
Submission. Yes. That's what y'all want to do, is dominate. Let me say this. Submission is going to happen when you are. Okay.
You
Let
think
me let J Pam speak because she came on, and I want to welcome JP. I know she was saying some things in the comments, and then we'll continue to speak about it. But go ahead, JP. I want you to talk and present your perspective on it.
Peace and light to everybody on the panel. Thank y'all for having me. Miss Wanna girl, you hot tonight, and I'm a little gotcha.
Yes, I know. Listen, I already know that I was going to ruffle some feathers today. Go ahead.
Okay. So I am the mother of 3 free Black men, and I think we need to talk about that being the key thing. Due to privilege that my parents put in place for me, that I was then able to perpetuate for my sons, they were born free and have lived with a mentality of freedom, i.e., they are positive, upstanding, community-minded Black men. They do not have any children. They're all over the age of 18. They have never been to prison. They all have a passion and a purpose in this life. These are not things that I am saying make them any better than any other Black man. What I am saying to you is because I was intentional in parenting them, and my parents were intentional in parenting me. They have a foundation on which to build. But my parents weren't partners. My parents were allies. And that's the thing that we have gotten away from. Way back then, see, when white women were asking for equality, we were already equal, right? We were already getting the beat down alongside of our men in our own way. And we go all the way back to the times that Juana doesn't want to talk about. We were getting beat up alongside of our men then. So this idea of equality we've always had, but Juana, our men have always been fighting for our freedom. They are putting our women on a pedestal right now because it sells. But understand, these men, those veterans, those towns back then, they were started by Black men who went off to war in other countries and was like, hold on. If I can go do all of that over there for a country that doesn't love me, when I get back to that country, I'm going to build my own. And then they shot it down. Because we let outside cultures in. We let outside people in. We let COINTELPRO in some way or another, right? These are the things that happen. But at the end of the day, it's about us remembering to be allies. There's a lane for my man and there is a lane for me. Sometimes I lead, sometimes I follow. Sometimes he leads, more often than not. Sometimes he follows, rarely. Okay? But we understand that, right? It's not about, I'm not his equal. I'm his ally. I'm not his partner. We work together in this thing. I'm the left foot, he's the right foot, whatever you want to call it. But we got to do this thing side by side together. Sometimes they talk about this walk. Sometimes, and we're walking on this journey, I'm going to be ahead in the journey and I got to wait for you to catch up and I'm doing the angry bunny stance. Other times, you are pulling me along because I'm too tired to get there. That is what they had then that we don't have now, because we see it as, well, I got my own money, I got my own job, I got my own this. I don't need the other. And that's whether it's male or female, that's the propaganda that was sold to us. That's the assimilation that we bought into, and that's the problem.
Well, individualism is the problem anyway, and I respect and love you. But JP, you talked about how you raise your kids and the history of your kids, but there are so many Black kids and Black people who are not raised by their fathers, who are not raised by in those type of structures and family, and so we have to talk about the community as a whole. Because if we individualize everything like JT wants to do as well, oh, we got to work on our family. We're never going to be progressive because like information, we have to work as a community. And the thing,
so it's my job and your job with the privilege that we have to go back. I always talk about a song by J. Cole called, I think, Snow on the Bluff. He says, all you educated Black women, in this case, I'm just using that, all you educated Black women who were able to go off to college, you got that degree. Now bring your ass back to the community and teach everybody else. I tell people, hey, if you have the money to go and take a sabbatical in your own community, go and get 5 kids, teach them your trade, and then let your job pay for you to be on your sabbatical. There's a way for us to go about doing these things, but we have to start not just looking at, well, what can I do for my bag, but how can I help everybody else? When I ask people to help me with my YouTube channel now, I say, listen, all I can give you is this. You give me your sweat equity and I will let you walk away with marketable, soft and hard skills. You have to give people something that they can use, but they have to know that it's not going to always be dollars. They have to know that there's currency outside of green stuff, because that shit don't last. I apologize for cursing.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I love this conversation. Next
Tawana,
Monday,
can I
go
ask you a
ahead.
question?
Hold on 1 minute, Freezy, because I want to talk to everybody and let them know that next Sunday I want to have this conversation about the red pill. This conversation is spilling over into, what we need to do to build our communities and talk about Black men, their roles, Black women, their roles, and everything. I want to talk about this in a little bit more detail next Sunday. This week was supposed to be about YouTube culture. I think I'm going to continue this conversation about YouTube and the culture because we didn't get into it too much. I got into my whole, what's going on in our community and all this mess. But I think we need to really sit down and talk about this in a little bit more depth. So next week, y'all, make sure y'all come back. I want, JP, I want you to come back. I definitely want you to come back, information man, and drop some knowledge. I want to talk about this in a little bit more depth. And Freezy, I keep hearing that background.
Is it me?
I think so, Freezy. Just mute for a minute, because it's like a little feedback every time you unmute. I think the YouTube is up. Maybe you got to turn the volume down, Freezy. That's the only thing I could think of that's going on with that. Yeah, just try to do that. We've been on for 3 hours, y'all. I appreciate this conversation. I love y'all to death. We had a great conversation. I want to get everybody to wrap up and give their final opinions. And Freezy, I'll let you speak as well. Everybody on the panel, I want you guys to give your final opinions about this conversation, because we really were talking about accountability and information that we put out on YouTube, how it's presented to the masses and what that does to the viewership. And I think people kind of said that, viewers are responsible for the content that they, decide to watch and what they don't decide to watch, but also as content creators, what is our responsibility regarding the type of content that we put out, the direction we're giving people. Do we need credentials to even advise people the way we're advising, right? Because a lot of us are just giving people sometimes mental health advice, and we don't really have the background. Sometimes we're offering, sometimes I've heard somebody give people medical advice or skincare. I'm like, wait, what's your credentials? What is our responsibility in the type of information that we put out to the masses? And I do want to speak to Black women and hold them accountable for supporting these YouTube channels that exploit us and use us to profit off of. And we do continue to support them. And I challenge Black women, why? Why do you support them? And why do we think it's necessary to continue to go on their show, continue to be devalued, humiliated in front of mass people? And why do we allow ourselves to go through that? So that's my spiel and that's my final thoughts. But I do want to get everybody's thoughts. And Freezy, I don't know if you wanted to speak first because I know you had a question, but go ahead. Unmute, Freezy. Unmute, Freezy.
Okay.
Good. We ain't hear it.
Before I give my final thought, you know what? I'm gonna just give my final thought because I know you're trying to wrap the show up.
No, go ahead. No, you can ask for me. We have time.
Well, I had a question for you.
Oh, for me? Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to know, why did you feel like my spiel that I gave, you felt like that was domination talk?
What was it about? Because I'm sorry, because
what I said was, okay, I painted a picture of a woman that made more than her man. Let's say her man worked at Walmart, but she made substantially more. Mm-hmm. But as long as this man has submitted to the Most High, mm-hmm. just like you said in your intro,
yeah,
and he's shown himself to be a protector. He's shown himself to be a provider. He respects her to the utmost, and he just has a lot of wisdom. What's wrong with this woman submitting to him? Mm-hmm. Understanding, I mean, he might not be visible in the community as this,
taking over.
Yeah, leader or whatnot. But in his house, he's shown a substantial responsibility for his family. What's wrong with this woman submitting to him?
Let me say this about submission. And the reason why I have a problem with the way that, especially like the manosphere and red pill present submission and push it, because I do think that ultimately that their goal is to dominate and to dominate over us because they have no power and no other group. They can't dominate over any other group of men. And I disagree with that. I disagree with the way they weaponize submission for that reason. I don't think that I am not against women submitting to their husbands and to their men. I think that that is absolutely necessary. And I think that it absolutely is something that's naturally going to happen when you take leadership in your home and in your communities. That is just what it is. We're going to submit. And we don't submit for a lot of different reasons. And our women, Black women, are taught to accept everything and not ask for anything, not have expectations or standards, and just to submit because you are a man. And I think that is wrong, and I don't agree with that message. And I don't support it. I don't support it on any level. I know, Freezy, that's not what you were saying, but there is this overwhelming theme of that. And I think that we do not have to accept less and submit to every person because he's a man. Because there are lots of men in our community that hurt us, that are not good for us, that we should not listen to and we should not submit to, and we need to understand the difference.
May I just say this?
Yeah.
It seems to me that maybe women or people, put it that way, people are conflating submission and respect. Because I would say that every man should be respected. I don't care how much money he makes. I don't care how old he is, even. Every man, because at the end of the day, he has the ability with one thump to knock your cognitive dissonance clean out your skull. Like, let's just be real about some things, right? Men understand that going in. So I think that we should, maybe that's the issue, in that I can respect you and not submit to you.
So let's talk about submission on my next episode too, because I feel like women need to understand what y'all mean by submission and what exactly does it mean, right? Because we get to throw that word around all the time, and I don't think that they understand it. I understand it from my perspective, but I want to make sure we're all clear on what the definition is. But go ahead and wrap up your final thoughts, Freezy.
I'm gonna give my final thought.
Go ahead.
But back to your YouTube title, what we supposed to been talking about in the beginning. Actually, I think it ties in because a lot of these guys, like you say, Tawana, are being irresponsible as far as putting this message out. They're using their YouTube channels and they're being irresponsible, and they're not putting a realistic message out, and they're not representing men like me. You understand? So I get what you're saying. YouTube, we have to show more responsibility, not just on YouTube, but in our households. Responsibility is key. And I just want to. Oh, also, Tawana, I want you to know. I want you to put your cash out. Can you put your cash app in the? I had put it in the chat. But
it's scrolling across. It's $Wana12.
Okay, listen, everybody, go to Tawana's cash app. Support Tawana because it's only going to get big from here.
Mm-hmm.
And but that's what I want to wrap up. As far as is YouTube worse than reality TV? No,
it's
no,
the new reality TV. No.
No, because there's some YouTube channels with a lot of substance. Reality TV is just a circus all the way around. But there are a lot of channels being irresponsible as far as getting a message out that they're claiming is the proper message, but it's not. That's my final thought.
That's great. Thank you, Freezy. Information Man, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate your support. Information Man, go ahead and wrap us up. Tell me your final thoughts on all the conversation that we've been having.
I think the conversations are necessary because it's through conversation that you get to an understanding. And then from there, you can get to a solution to the problems that we face as a people. I think that a lot of the points that the brothers are making are valid. I think the points that the sisters are making are valid. And we got to figure out a way that we can work together. and not allow ourselves to hold ourselves back by our fear of what the white man is going to do to us. We know what the realities are, the history is, but we have to move forward and continue these type of powerful discussions. These type of channels is this kind of content is what really matters, when you can have this kind of conversation and you can touch on some really hard button issues for people, but you can do it in an intelligent manner in which people can understand and respect that. So I thank you again. And I'm also looking forward to getting you on the platform. Matter of fact, I would love to get all of you over on the platform to have raw conversations like this. But I definitely am looking forward to it very soon, Tawana, having you on. I'm about to super chat you in just a moment, and appreciate you. I want to see your channel grow. I think nothing but sky's the limit, and that's why I definitely want to get you over on my platform. I want to promote what you're doing over here, let more people know about you. Share, I'll go ahead and share your videos and different social media platforms, and which is what I'm going to do tonight. And I think this is great.
Thank you.
This is a great conversation. I enjoy the brothers and their perspective, and I think it is difficult sometimes for brothers to hear the frank way that you say things. Some brothers are not going to appreciate it. Some brothers are not going to like it because, for a lot of reasons. But I feel like if it doesn't apply to you as a black man and you know that what you're doing, don't let it trigger you too much. But it is hard, Tawana, because black men, we are very proud men.
Yeah.
And we have had to deal with a lot of bullshit. So it is very difficult when we hear it from our women giving us the criticism, whether constructive or not. So thank you. Everybody have a great night. This has been wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you
Peace.
so much for your support. All right, Daryl. Go ahead, Daryl. I seen some of your chats.
Oh yeah.
Highlighted, but go ahead, Daryl. You finish us off. Give me your final thoughts on everything.
The things I would say as far as my final thoughts, I wanted to answer your question about men back in the days. Back in those days, black women, sorry, let me focus on white men. White men couldn't marry a black woman and still be considered a reputable man. He couldn't run for senator. He couldn't run for councilman. He couldn't be a president.
Right.
Basically, that was guaranteeing his fucking oppression just by being with this black woman. And so back in those days, it was much easier for black women to be submissive and committed to their people because they had no other options. Today, you can be Kamala Harris and married to a white man. You can be a white man, have a black wife, and nobody cares. It's completely different. I just hate when we compare those two all the time without mentioning the fact that white men would never be caught dead marrying a black woman and get along, giving her resources and putting wills and businesses in her name, which is ridiculous. It would never happen. But I would love to continue the conversation and bring in facts and
come on, Daryl, come on back. We need that history. And
absolutely.
This wasn't really about that. So we started talking about this. So it'll be good to really dedicate a whole entire episode to this conversation and just really get into the history and talk about some of those things, because I definitely want to dispel some of those welfare myths and all this other stuff that took men out the home. And I can't wait to get on y'all.
Oh yeah.
Y'all think I'm turned up today. I can't with that conversation. I'm gonna be on a whole other level. Y'all gonna be like, who is this girl? What she got going on?
Last thing to say is thank you, Mom, for having
Tawana,
me
we
here.
need this energy from you. I like this energy.
I'm bringing this energy every time. This is me 100%. Y'all should have saw me on U of I campus protesting Project 500 and doing all kinds of stuff. I just really kind of held this back because I was in this space, but I can't wait to unleash her. She ready. She is ready. Okay, go ahead, JP. I want you to go ahead and give us your final thoughts.
I don't know if I'm ready for her to be ready, but I'm looking forward to it, just to say. I will say this, this YouTube cult thing is definitely right up my alley. And to me, YouTube is the convergence of mainstream media and social media. The shenanigans that we pull out on our phones and post all over social media, meeting the Ratchet Housewives of America, is YouTube. And the red pill versus the gynocracy is simply that same propaganda repackaged and spit back at us. And that's why for some of us, it's icky out the gate because we know it and we see it. Like I said, it comes down at that point to representation. I'm one of those people who, this is who I am, this is who I will be in this space until such time as this space provides me a whole lot more bag. Why? Because this is who I am even when I have a bag. Understand? This is who I am. And so if we are going to be Black people and we talk about running culture, then let's make it about who we really are as a people and let that be the culture that moves forward.
That's great. Thank you, JP.
Thank you.
All right, JT. I know you moved. I was like, oh, I thought you got off the screen, JT. I was like, where he at? Okay, so let me let you have your final thoughts, and then JT, I'll let you finish us off. Okay. LB.
All right.
Go ahead, LB.
All right. Just want to say thank you for having me on.
Come back, LB. Come back.
I will for sure. I just wanted to come on to just to bring more to the point of what a lot of people have already said. It's all a cyclical argument. If we sit up here and stay on this manosphere talking points and stuff like that, we're never going to move forward, because I believe everything that has been said and talked about is everything that we've dealt with. So I am all about moving forward, and I'm looking forward to future conversations of us actually moving past like these talking points, because the manosphere is not going to be forever.
That's right. Thank you so much, LB. JT, final thoughts on everything that's been happening. Let me change this format. Okay.
My final thoughts. I'm gonna be honest. I was lost about them shows that y'all talking about, because I don't watch none of
all the reality stuff we were talking about.
I don't watch none of them shows that y'all was talking about, so I was kind of confused. So I couldn't really speak on those. But based off what I got on tonight is basically, and I may be wrong, but you were saying Black men bully Black women because stop. Black men bully Black women because we don't stand up to the suppressors, which is the white people. So we take it out on our Black women.
No, sir. I didn't say that. I didn't say
that. No. You did say that in one.
You ain't about to reword me like
that.
No.
I may be wrong. I was trying to understand it, because you really saying we supposed to be defending our Black women, which we do, but we don't stand up to the people that's really doing the bullying. So we come home and we out of frustration, we take it out on our Black women. All right, so
a little bit. I get where you're going, but yeah.
The close the argument is I feel like before we could even talk about a community, we gotta deal with our community and our household. You know, we gotta be on the same page. Our Black women can't be sitting there saying, when we trying to lead and we trying to direct our household, oh, you can't control me. Oh, you can't do everything I want to do. I got a mind of my own, and which is cool, which I don't try to do in my household. I feel like it's 50-50. Sometimes the woman go stand up and lead, and I'm gonna fall back and be that man to be her supporter. And then when I lead, she need to fall back and she need to be my supporter, because it's strengths in every different situation. I can't dominate every situation. They got some things she might know how to do better than I do, and it's vice versa. But we got to know and play our roles. And I don't have a problem with that in my household. Everybody else's household might be different. So I think if we go off of statistics, I think a lot of Black women have more problems with the word submissive, because they take that and they flip it around like the man's trying to control them. That's what I got from the argument and stuff like that. But I mean, we could finish this next.
I can't wait to dismantle all that bull crap you just said. But here's the thing. Hey, 1 minute, Shay. I like how y'all try to weaponize marriage, and you try to say I'm single. I will never be single in this world. I will tell you why. Because I will always be desired. I will always be desired, honey. So you don't have to worry about if I'm single or not, Shay. That doesn't validate me.
No, I think he's asking about your sister.
Jake. Oh, okay. Because I was gonna go in. You right. Let me read
this.
Wait,
hold on. Wait. That proves my point. That proves my point right there.
See?
Black women are ready to go in, and they don't even have the
Shut
whole
up, JT.
story.
Shut up, JT.
They don't have the whole story.
Okay, he said,
I'm reading it clear. It says something about your sister. And you just took it and you saw Wanda and you just ready to go
I was
off.
about to go off. Okay, here you go. My sister. Which sister? I wonder who he's talking about. I'm not Shay.
So can I finish what I was saying? Because I know you said.
Hold on 1 minute, Shay. What sister are you talking about? But no, my sister. I don't really have a single sister, so I don't know if you're talking about like my real sister or you talking about the girl who was on the panel last week. Yeah, I was going in. I was about to go in. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't read well. I will say
You don't listen. You don't listen well.
I don't listen sometimes, and I don't read.
Yeah.
Mean, at least I know my flaws.
Okay.
At least I know my flaws. I know what the problem is. I mean, in these spaces, in these YouTube spaces, I have been in such terrible situations that sometimes I can be on the defense with the YouTube spaces because they have been so disrespectful. I have been. Y'all know how I've been treated in these YouTube.
That's what we deal with in relationships, though. You know.
No, this ain't.
Yes.
Race.
Based off the history.
All right, Shay. But sorry, Shay. I respect my panel members. I respect my viewers, and I appreciate what y'all got to say. But yeah, I definitely read that wrong. I thought you was asking me if I was single, and I was about to go off on you because I was like, "Don't ask me if I'm single." You see me flashing my wedding ring all through this thing, but there, sorry, y'all. Y'all forgive me, okay? Y'all forgive me. But today was a very good day. Thank you, Shay. See, Shay didn't take no way. He still loves me. Thank you guys so much for supporting me. Like my video. Comment afterward because I would love to hear your comments and things that you all had to say about the episode that I didn't get to highlight, that I didn't get to talk about. Please bring it to the comments. Have a conversation about it. Like this video. Share it if you found something useful. I know it's 4 hours. Nobody gonna watch it for 4 hours. I'm gonna cut it up. And thank you, Freezy. Thank you, JT. I appreciate y'all. Hope y'all don't hate me, but
next week gonna be spicy.
It's gonna
next
be
week
spicy.
Gonna be real spicy.
Yeah, it's gonna be spicy, Freezy. So y'all come back, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye, everybody.
All right, JT.
All right, peace, bro.